Welcome to Laurence plays Factorio, Space Exploration with Krastorio². The story so far. We found ourselves stranded on a strange planet inhabited by vicious insects. But undeterred, we plundered the planet of its resources. After lengthy construction, which was strangely harder than expected, we managed to build a rocket and leave the planet. An abandoned space station provided a nice starting point for our continued research. Specks in the sky became planets, with exotic materials to learn. Join us on Monday for the next chapter in our bid to grow the factory even further.
Hello everyone, welcome to series 2 of Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration and Krastorio². So we've after having a week off because I was busy in the real world last week, we're now ready to start off with a whole new set of science things. So just to bring you back up to on where we got to previously, we'd completed all of the stuff on the ground. Oh, thank you. Who's that? Thank you, Marc, for the subscription. We've completed all of the stuff down on the ground and then made our way up into space, where I then reasonably quickly, put together the production and utility sciences because we'd already gone off and got the vulcanite and the cryonite, so that was fairly easy as these things go. And then I also managed to tack on the productivity, utilization. I can't remember this one, the double plus good science. However, that's run into problems because we don't have enough imersite coming through, which we'll talk about that in a little while. But hello everybody, hello Johan, Blake, and yes, you're quite right. Factorio time is far more important. Rage, bananas, Nathan, that's good. I'm glad you like our power setup. It's yeah, it works well. It produces a lot of power for only an input of water. It does produce quite a lot of pollution though, which we are admittedly all gathering up. But as I said in the video that came out day before yesterday, and then again yesterday because I missed out, because of reasons. It does also produce quite a lot of pollution, which the game registers towards evolution, even if it doesn't register it towards biter attacks. But it's a great way of just producing power that runs all the time and is very easy to put together. Hello, Madman, and of course Mike, and Topaz, Viper or Topaz. I should probably call you Viper because adjective noun should probably definitely be called noun, I think. Right. So the question is, what are we going to do next? Well, obviously the next thing is to start doing the next science pack. However, science packs. Why am I looking in here? This isn't where I meant to look. I meant to look in here. Science packs are slightly more complicated at this point. Is under pack? Yes, it is, because we have the we're now into the tiers. So we've got all these four, and then more or less parallel. I don't have the diagram to hand that Irondale shows around on the blog posts and things, but basically all of these ones up to here are sort of subsequent. You work through them, making them up in turn, and then these two are kind of sort of parallel with each other. And then all of these ones, you've got the four tiers, each one of each of the types. So you could if you wanted, you could do tier 1 of each of them first, and that's what I did last time I played. Or you could work through and do all of the astro, then all of the bio, then all of the energy, then all of the material. Or you could do that in a different order, or you could just sort of mix and match and go completely nuts about it. One of the ideas we did have was to each do the sciences in our colour. So I'll do the blue one, Marc can do the green one, Tristan can do the not quite purple one but close enough, and Mike can do the orange one. But we decided that was actually a silly idea, and whilst it's thematically appropriate, would not be the way to approach it. So we're going to do something completely different instead. I'm also going to cough quite a bit because I have a cold at the moment, so I apologise for that, and I shall try, if I have a particularly big coughing fit, I'll try and at least mute the microphone first so you don't all catch something from me. Because I can't afford to anymore. Have you seen how much YouTubers get paid? It wasn't me then, I can tell you that much. Unless it's in sort of, I don't know, femto pounds or something like that. No, that's a little unfair. Micro pounds, maybe. Okay, so yes, what should we do? That's the big question. There's lots of sciences to work towards. Should we? We've had a bit of a talk about this outside the stream. Yes, thank you, Johan. The play went very well. Nothing too tragic happened. At least nothing tragic that wasn't in the script. I mean, it was the Addams family, so there's supposed to be lots of tragedies in there. Oh, you can't hear the others. Have I not got them? Discord is supposedly. Oh no, it's not working properly. I shall fix that. Fortunately, I haven't said very much yet, so it's not too serious. Exactly. Yeah, that's sort of my point. I've been doing lots of talking, so you hadn't needed to say anything. That might sound horrible. If so, I apologise. I'm about to fix it. Ooh,
What's really embarrassing is that having made a note of where this
there we go.
stone patch is, I now can't find the blasted thing.
Can you? You should
Where
be.
is it?
You should be able to hear the others now. I've
Hello.
fixed the
Good
problem.
evening, everyone. Welcome to my show. My cameraman is a bit uppity these days, but we'll work with it.
You have a cameraman?
I do.
I'm quite
He's,
happy to.
he's, he's put
I'm quite glad
his
to see
face on
we
too
don't
and
see
everything.
your camera then. That possibly
Yeah.
means you should fire them. Um, right.
Ah,
So
found it. There it is.
your camera or
No,
your
stone
man.
mine. Oh, it's a pain.
So yes, we have this big mess of a base down here. As someone was saying earlier, they hadn't realised quite how far north we've now extended. But yes, we also have a really long to-do list actually. So perhaps I should start working away on that. You're quite right, Johan. So yeah, the imersite shortage will need to be dealt with at some point, I think. Or immersium shortage. So the way the imersite and immersium is working at the moment is so currently on Taishakuten we have some exhausted immersium mines over here that are, well, not producing anything because, as mentioned, exhausted. We have a delivery cannon chest that's supposed to be collecting them from here. And when it's brought over from Drakkit. However, it won't come from Drakkit unless there's a great excess of delivery cannon capsules, and that will only happen when we have a certain amount of load on the cryonite. So basically, we need to use more cryonite in order to get more immersium. However, there is an additional planet with lots and lots of immersium on it out here called Taurus, which has lots of imersite caves, and we assume that if we go out there with a core miner, that will dig up imersite cores, and we can do appropriate things with those. So there are a couple of options. One is fingers in the air, going la 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 la, and just not worry about the lack of imersite, because to be honest, we're not actually using it for anything yet, and just hope that by the time we are, this system will have run enough, we'll have got through enough cryonite that we'll have got a decent amount of imersite from here. Now that is going to run into a problem eventually, in that we're also going to run out of the imersite, because these caves. No, oh no, not that button.
There's only like 50k imersite left on Drakkit total.
Yeah, there's about 200 available on
Yeah.
Drakkit. 200k
But
in
also
those
the,
mines.
the main reason we aren't using imersite right now is because there's none available.
Oh, so we do have things that we want it for, do we? Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If nothing else, modules.
Right. Okay. All right. So it sounds like one of the things we need to do, but we need to prioritize basically. So we need more vulcanite, we need more immersium, we need more holmium, so we can start doing energy science. So spoilers, that's the science we're planning to do first. We probably need more copper, but we're doomed on that one because there isn't a copper planet. And we're going to need beryllium because we're going to want to do astroscience as well at some point. So yes, we have needs for all of these things. So yeah, I guess we just need to decide which one of those we want to do first.
Speaking of spoilers, do you want to outline the sort of high level plan we've got for this season?
Yes, I think so. At least the first goal for it. So
Oh yeah.
the first thing we want to do, fairly unsurprisingly, is we want to get space trains up and running. Why am I looking in here? I don't want to look in there. I want to look in research. So presumably, if I search for train, oh, here we go.
And
Space
we
train.
added a mod for that.
We did indeed. So at this point we need energy science and apparently utility science, because why not? But we've got that, so that's okay. We need energy science 1 in order to get space trains up and running. Once we've done that, we can then go on some sort of massive expansion and redesign of the space station in order to get it working properly with trains, and then see where things go from there. The next thing after that is probably then going to be space elevators, because it would be nice, once we've got trains, it'd be nice to be able to just, link the network up in orbit and the network down on the ground together. But that requires Astro 1, Energy 1, and Material 2. So we're going to have to go out, get material up to level 2 and Astro to level 1 in order to be able to get that up and running. And I think that's probably those are going to be our first 2 priorities. We do want spaceships as well, but I think that the space elevator is probably a higher priority than the spaceships. That said, what we might do is once we've got all of the ingredients. Once we've got the beryllium together and the iridite, we might just start working on Astro 1, 2, and 3, as well as material 1 and 2, and then just see how it goes. Just do them whatever in sort of in parallel. Yes, I'm aware the elevators do require. I believe they require a steady stream of cables to keep cable up. Oh, we go. Construction and maintenance. Yes, that takes us a cable. There we go. So we're going to need holmium and iridium and beryllium and coal apparently, in order to keep that ticking over nicely. But that's something we can probably deal with.
So I was looking at space elevators the other day. Do you want to hear what I found, or do you think that's a bit spoilery?
Good question. I don't know. I can't judge because
Excellent.
I don't know.
I'm a fair
I don't
enough.
know what you're going to say.
What I looked up was basically how the space elevator costing works.
Okay.
So, but basically, you have to pay a cost for every stack of material you send through it, as well as a regular maintenance cost over time.
Right. Okay.
Oh.
So if we heavily use the space elevator, it's going to become
And it costs you a
significantly
lot more,
expensive.
yes. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Which makes a lot of sense. I mean, yeah, the logic, as far as I'm concerned, at least checks out.
both from a sort of how things work and from a gameplay point of view. Yes, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Okay.
So you don't want to put them in if you don't have to, but if you put one in because you're going to need it occasionally, that makes sense.
Yeah. So it's when it's for the hypothetical planet that's producing, I don't know, a random resource, and a spaceship flies over there to get it. Are you better off landing the spaceship and picking the stuff up from there, or training it up to orbit and then bringing it and then hooking up the spaceship to the top of the elevator? Yeah. So we'll have to have a look at how much it chugs through and just see. I guess see what seems sensible.
Yeah, basically.
Well, congratulations on the new job, Joey. By the way,
congratulations.
Especially if it allows you to it makes it easier for you to watch my streams. That's definitely worthwhile.
Commiserations. There's a there's a downside to everything, isn't there?
Yeah, getting fluids up to an orbit would be handy. We'll be able to do. I mean, spaceships can do that as well, but having an additional way of doing it earlier on is probably quite useful.
So the cost is.
Is this something we just want to look at once we've got one built? That way.
Well, yeah. So I mean, we're going to want one for Norbit.
Yes.
Being honest.
So we'll be able to. Yeah. So we get one in on Norbit and just start playing with it, and we should be able to.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's do that rather than me.
Yeah, especially if you just read numbers out, they will go in one ear and out the other for me. So it's not.
Oh, I was just going to say that it's a rather expensive maintenance recipe.
Okay.
That's the thing that
Interesting. So we've got a comment in chat suggesting that the amount of cable it gets through makes it more than it's worth. Makes it not particularly worthwhile. So.
Oh really?
Yeah, I think it will be worthwhile if and only if you have rather a large bulk of stuff being transferred. So doing it just for a mining outpost makes no sense.
Right.
Which, I mean, sort of thematically and from a purely creative storytelling point of view,
it does make sense. Yes.
Yes, the kind
but
of
on the other hand,
if
it's the amount of stuff that it transfers is the majority of the cost, then having it on an outpost planet, you're not going to be transferring as much. So the absolute cost is going to be comparatively low, although the amount of cost per item you transfer is going to be higher because
Exactly, and that's kind of the point, is that it's your cost per item is the right way of doing the calculations for that, and that is going to be quite high.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, because it's cost per item is where it has to compete, because the spaceship only uses fuel when lifting off from the planet. So yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, so holmium cable, heavy. It depends how much stuff we're going to be able. So I mean, one space elevator cable is one holmium cable, one heavy girder, 3 aeroframe poles, and 2 coal. If you need one of those for each stack of stuff that goes up, it's horrendously expensive. If you need one of those for every wagon that goes up, it's fairly expensive. And if it just uses up a little bit of it each time, then we'll find out once we get one and start using it, I think.
Yeah, from what I remember, it's all cost by stacks.
Right. That makes some sense, I think. So, right. Yeah. So if we no, what am I looking for? Research again. So if we're going after trains first, what do we need to do to get those? Let's search for trains again.
Energy one, so holmium.
Yep. So and some other, any other researchers for one. Yes, there's an energy catalog one and energy science one. So we'll get those in the in the queue like that, and then I could queue up trains as well, but we probably won't have got there in time. Those we can actually do now with the stuff we've got. I see we're doing advanced exoskeletons, which seems a little silly given that we've all got jetpacks, but I don't care too strongly either way. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So we're going to need someone to go to a Holmium planet. And where do we get Holmium from? Let's have a look in the Universe Explorer. So Holmium comes from Njord. It's a Holmium planet, so we can go in there with the standard drop-down core miners and a core processing and a delivery cannon, and it'll just work TM in exactly the same way we've done every single other one. There's some imersite on there as well, not a huge amount of it by the looks of it, but a little bit. We might be able to pick up a little bit from there. It's a fairly small planetoid though, only 2,700. How does that compare to the other ones we've been to?
Our ones are below 1,000.
Oh, much about four times the size or 3 times the size. Okay, so it's a decent.
It's half a Norvis.
Yeah. Okay, so it's not too bad actually. It's going to produce a decent amount of holmium, I think, from that, and a bit of copper and yada 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 yada. Okay, so yeah. We haven't actually made any decision on this, but who would like to go out to Njord and start gnawing on the Holmiumite?
Long term, there's also Strata, but that's got a 100% threat, so you probably don't want to go there now.
Oh yes, it's Holmium, isn't it? I lost. I mislooked at that one.
That's 3 times the threat of Norvis.
Right, that's quite threatening.
So,
let's have a quick look at it, see what it looks like. How threatening is 100%? I apologise if this is causing massive lag.
Screenshot mod on?
No, that was me looking at a new planet. Sorry.
Ah.
That's quite. They're quite chonky biter bases, and there's a lot of green guys out here. So
it's fine as long as you're willing to drop in sort of ready for combat. It's
the problem is it's a big planet, so you've got to either
you're not
going
to be able to pacify it without spending a lot of time on it. So you're going to be dropping in and then having to put up defensive walls and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, yes, we could go there, but I don't think there's any need at this stage. We might as well go to the quieter and happier one. I'll now delete that service so as it doesn't fill up my save game.
You might want to leave it first. Oh,
Too late.
It kicks you off. Okay.
Okay, so yes, Njord is clearly the one to go to. It's got
There is a rocket for that available in the
nice
Los
mild,
Angeles.
exotic, humid thicket, lakes, and mountains. Apparently. Should we do a?
There's going to be a lot of cliffs.
Do a view surface of this one as well.
Just
Sorry, doing another view surface.
It's fine. Just out of curiosity, Laurence, did you read the conversation Tristan and I had in the Discord?
No, I didn't.
No, that's fair.
I
was
literally trying to decide whether it was time to go on stage at the time you were having it. And
that's absolutely fine. In no way, shape, or form does it show.
It's okay. He's nearly caught up now.
In fairness, he has. It was quite a lengthy conversation we had.
Yeah, that's why I didn't read it. I saw it happen, and then I sort of I made the mistake of having a look at it between scenes, and sort of glancing at little bits of it, so I had an idea of what you're talking about, and that of course marked the whole thing as read, so I then didn't come back to it because I forgot.
Yeah. It was for the benefit of chat. It was quite a long conversation about. We were looking at the various planets and comparing resources and saying, well, do we want to go to a planet which is much bigger? Straight off and get these things going, but that means we're prioritizing this resource and this resource and doing this in this order. Or do we want to go to the moon, which has the resource we actually want first, but it will be in smaller quantities total, and so on.
I think at this stage we probably can deal with a slightly slower stream of holmium coming in, and if we do want to boost it, we can always just start digging it up the old-fashioned way if we're desperate. I mean, I'd rather not if we can avoid it, but if we're desperate, we can start digging it up the old-fashioned way from an actual holmium patch rather than core mining. because we'll see how, because the first few packs of each science don't tend to get through the resource that quickly. It's later on when it starts to require massive quantities of them, and you go, oh my god, how much of this stuff do we need? So I think going out to the moons first is probably fairly sensible, and then we can go to the
Especially
planets
if
when
we're
we
saying
discover we need huge amounts.
we want trains rather than we want everything you can get for energy 1.
That's true. Yeah, so we may end up researching other things once we get there. Okay, so yeah, that seems like a good thing to do. I'm just having a quick look at the to-do list. I do, however, having just said that, I feel like the vulcanite might be the exception to that, and I'm wondering if we should actually go out to Agnea, especially as that has a 0% threat level, but it does have the power problem. The other possibility is to wait until we've got the space elevators, and then go, this is now the good time to go to Agnea, because then we can just power it from space. That was another thing we're considering.
Don't think space elevators will become available as quickly as you're thinking.
True. I think you're probably right there. Oh yes, because we're going to need to go out and get 2 other resources first as well, aren't we? So we can.
Yes.
I mean, maybe the answer is at this point is we all go off to different places. Somebody goes off to get the holmium, somebody goes off to get the iridium, somebody goes off to get the beryllium, and somebody goes off to get vitamelange just for the hell of it. And because unless there's big infrastructure projects that we
You've
think we
missed
need
out
to do.
imersite.
And oh yeah, an imersite as well. That might be the one instead of vitamelange, because who cares about vitamelange?
It is. Vitamelange does give you essentially free productivity in the labs.
True.
But that from 0.5 at least, that was the major benefit.
Because you get better productivity modules, or because you actually get better lab research, don't you? Or lab
you get intelligence,
don't you? Yes. But you need to have gone through the process
intelligence
of making the biological science packs, which is a bit of an investment in time.
All of them are.
Yes. Oh yeah, exactly. But they're all investments in time, so we don't want to go, well, it's completely free. It's free. You might as well just tick that one off. So, yeah, I could. I'm happy to start working towards making the energy science. So once we have the holmium coming in, we can just start making it. But also on the flip side, I'm also happy to go off and start digging up some more resources if we want. Because we have Njord for the holmium. We have Kothar has a 7% threat for iridium, which isn't too bad. We do actually have both a Beryl planet and a Beryl asteroid field belt, so we can go to either of those. But the Beryl planet has some threat, so we could be lazy and just go to the asteroid belt there. We wouldn't be able to drop in the standard delivery cannon production system there. Of course,
we can make ion stream, so we can use the
so we
spaceship.
can use the spaceship. That's true. Yeah, send it over. Actually, maybe that's a useful thing for me to do. I could start rebuilding the spaceship to fit a warehouse in it and some loading and unloadies.
I mean, a single belt speed of loading and unloading is going to be completely fine for that.
Yeah, I think so. And then we've got Kothar for iridium, which has a 7%. With a stone planet of all things, and an iron planet. We don't have a copper planet. I was observing this in the video, this is going to potentially be a problem because we have a bit of a shortage of copper at the moment, and I was really hoping we'd have a copper planet and be able to just go out there and go, yep, there we go, now we've got enough copper. But no, that's not going to happen. There might be.
I have switched over the recycling, the filter cleaning.
Oh, good.
To produce copper, so we'll get that extra 1 per minute or whatever it is.
Hooray! That's going to solve all our problems.
I mean, it's not to be sniffed at, genuinely.
It's better than nothing.
Worth doing, but
yeah.
Oh
yeah, that was the thing I was going to ask you, Laurence. I was very curious about some of your terminology in the videos.
Oh?
Where you were saying, these resources are all free, because they're core mining. And I was like going, yes, with you so far. And then you went along and said, oh, we make this purely from core mining. And it's very expensive. And I was there going, I mean, I'm paraphrasing ever so slightly, I'll be honest there. But I was there going, is it free? Is it expensive? I'm confused.
I'm trying to remember what my logic was with this, because there probably was some. Probably. No promises. So yes, I mean resources can be both technically free
Wait, hang on.
and sort of still
Yeah.
and then largely expensive in time. So I mean you can have something where you're not worried about the cost of it because you've got plenty of whatever that resource is. I can't remember if that was my logic at this point on particular point or not.
I can't remember either, if brutally honest. I was just sort of curious about the naming of it. I mean, I very much take the point that if something takes a long time to produce, then it is this wretched thing in backwards. Ignore me, it's fine.
Yes,
If
there's a
you
massive
spend a
opportunity
long
cost to if you use something that if you use a machine to if you say, well, I don't care that this uses 1,000,000 iron because iron is free because it comes out from the core mining, then yes, but that's going to tie up all of your core mining forever.
Yeah.
If it's something like rare metals, where I would say our landfill is free with a heavy inverted commas around it, because we have so much rare metal being produced that we just don't know what to do with it, and we have far more than we need. So
Yes, we've got a lot of it, but it takes a huge amount. So it's not just the cost of the material, I think, is what you're saying. It's also the cost of the.
It's how much demand there
time.
is for that material. Now I can't
So
remember what I was saying in the specific thing you're talking about here, but
Yeah, it would help if I could remember that detail.
But yeah, that's sort of what I mean about different things being free in different ways. Also, I found a literally unplayable for this game. When you walk on the flat solar panels you can walk on, you don't have a shadow. But as soon as I come off them onto the back out into the spaceship, I do have a shadow again.
What is this? Literally unplayable.
Yep, afraid so.
That's it. That's it, chat. Series is over. We're done. No more Factorio.
Yeah, No Guard phrases this as free as in taxpayer funded, not free as in unlimited.
That is an. No, God, that hurts. It's just it hurts. Not gonna lie. Oh dear.
Yeah, you know what they say. After you spend a couple of million here and a couple of million there, and eventually soon you're starting to talk about real money.
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go. I'm afraid you're wrong, Rage. The warehouse does indeed fit on this ship.
Oi, look at that. That's missing bulkheads, that is.
Only
He's
internal
knocked
ones.
through one of the walls.
They don't matter. There we go. How about that? Is that better?
It's load bearing.
There we go. I put the walls back. There's no doors in them now, so you can't go down to check out the roboport and have a look at what's going on down there. But you know, it'll fly. Probably. Yes, there we go. It'll fly more easily now because I've got less empty space in it. So, yes, that's true. If I would be blocking the solar panel with my shadow, and so it would stop working. Oh no, I was going to say maybe it's a solar panel with holes in it to let the light sort of through, so you don't get into too much shadow underneath it. But that actually wouldn't hide the shadow. It's a bit like, have you seen that picture with the picture of somebody holding out a tennis racket with a shadow on it, and they're saying, why doesn't the design that's printed on the tennis racket show on the ground? And you're going, hang on a minute.
That sounds American.
Why? Because it's stupid. I feel that's very harsh against any Americans who might be listening.
And if you are American and listening and have been offended by that, unlucky.
Yeah, basically.
Where's that?
Okay, so I now have a functional spaceship. I should probably refuel it before I take it anywhere, even though it looks like those tanks are mostly full. Yeah, I've 90% of fuel available. But okay, I'll volunteer to go out to the asteroid field and to the asteroid belt and get some beryllium because I have a spaceship. So therefore I can. Feel free to choose your own other plans. Actually, I should look at how you make beryllium first, shouldn't I? Decide how much processing we want to do and where. Well, if it's all going to be in space, and it kind of doesn't matter because I could do it just as easily here as I could on the asteroid field. Actually, then it only comes down to how well it stacks.
It's presumably going to be like the others, and so it'll stack better.
Yeah, that's my assumption. So let's have a look at.
But it depends what extra stuff you need.
Hey up, Beryl. So Beryl, that's a core fragment Beryl. Never mind, real Beryl.
I sense a terrible video title coming.
I think I already used the A up Beryl in my previous run.
Good.
And I'm trying really hard not to reuse episode titles. You'd think it'd be really easy because there's so many words in the language and so many words available that I can't have used all of them yet, surely. And yet the same jokes always always occur to me because they're the obvious jokes.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know you, I'd like to think reasonably well now. And yes, I given how your mind works, you're always going to be attracted to the same, 3 jokes.
Well,
that's me being a little harsh.
I think, well, the part of my mind that's working, or probably to be fair, not working in this particular case, is my memory as opposed to my sense of humour. Because I think of a, I'm not even going to say a good joke. Oh, rocket arrived. I'm just going to say I think of a suitable joke, and I completely forget that I've already used it. So yeah, that's probably why.
Very glad you didn't say
Hopefully
a
there'll be
good
some
joke.
green and red circuits to go out that way. Right, so beryl requires sulfuric acid, so there won't be any imersite there. So actually, maybe I should start shipping sulfur out from Taishakuten, because there's loads of everything there. And if we improve the imersite processing there, then we're going to have lots of spare sulfur. I wonder if there's any iron out there. That'd be nice if there was. That makes beryllium sulfate, makes sand, it makes water. So that's nice. I'll have a supply of water, although probably not very much of it. Beryllium sulfate requires cryonite, so I'm going to have... Oh, that's good. That'll mean we'll get some more imersite going over. Therefore, we'll get... because we'll be pulling cryonite from Dracket. So pulling cryonite from Dracket means more imersite goes to Taishakuten, which means more sulfur will be available to go out to the asteroid belt for me to use out there. That's really convenient in a kind of torturous and convoluted way. So we'll need... Oh, but that takes more water than... actually, I wonder. So it takes 25 water... It takes the same amount of... So it takes one... So this process here makes 1 beryllium sulfate and 1 water. The next step takes in 25 beryllium sulfate and 25 water. So you just take the water straight out of one machine and put it into the next one, and there's going to be exactly the right amount. That's really convenient. Then you turn the beryllium hydroxide into beryllium powder. How's this for numbers? 25 to 25. So that's one water for every 2 beryllium hydroxides. And then you get some you only get some of the water back out again. So you get half the water back out, and then we can feed that back round to the beginning. So we're only going to need a little bit of ice to make the sulfuric acid. It doesn't need sulfuric acid to mine the beryl, perhaps, but it does need sulfuric acid to process the beryl. If power is a problem for running in the asteroid field, I'll just fly the spaceship a little bit more slowly. That's not an issue. I can deal with that. Beryllium powder. Then actively requires pyroflux? No, it doesn't require it. You can actually just cook it into beryllium ingots without. But presumably you get less. 100 to 1, or 50 to 250 molten, and 250 to 1. So it's 50 to 1 with 10 pyroflux, or it's 100 to 1 with sand and coal. And the sand will probably come from the earlier step of the processing. And coal comes from goodness knows where, probably not from there though. So we might need to ship out pyroflux vulcanite as well for this one.
Good job, we've got plenty of that.
Yeah. Is it because it's in the middle and there's other stuff to the north of it, including defences?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean that's an emergency rear wall just in case the biters get through the first wall.
That makes sense. It's always good to have an emergency backup.
What's even more confusing is that because the splitter here somewhere, the filters over here don't actually get any filters. But it doesn't really matter because it's right in the middle of the base. What's the other way to make... Oh, it's just destroy the beryllium powder. Great. Well, we won't be doing that. And then the ingots, you can just... Well, you could turn them into plates, but that's probably not going to be worthwhile. And then you ship them in the spaceship. Right, okay. So, we have a plan. It's a long and convoluted plan, and it requires all of the resources from everywhere in the solar system being brought out to this asteroid belt. But never mind. Let's do it anyway. What could possibly go wrong?
Were you here when we were talking before the stream started, Laurence, about having one person in orbit, sort of making the station and designing it so all the science packs come together, and the others go off and get the resources?
I was not. No, I think that was probably when I was rebooting because I was having graphics card confusions. Apparently.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I mean that does make sense. It was what I was sort of suggesting that earlier on right at the beginning of the stream as well, because I was thinking, well, shall I just Should I just stay up here and start making the energy science packs, and someone else can go off and get the holmium? And then I started thinking about beryllium because I had a spaceship. But
Yeah, that's fair.
yeah, I'm not too strongly wedded to either idea. I'm just aware that at the moment we haven't. Oh no, we have actually finished that research. That happened while I was too busy talking about other things. So I actually could start working on the energy science at this point and just sort of build it in theory with the machines ready for when the stuff comes in. Okay, yeah, I'm happy to start doing that. And then if it takes longer to set up the holmium mining than it does for me to get the that science set up, then I can go off and get the beryllium then.
Yeah, I mean, as with everything, it's just a way of doing it. It doesn't mean we have to do it that way.
No,
I think it's a good way of doing it personally, but I'm also aware that it might be a little bit dull if you spend 3 streams building up. In my head, it included building up for science, a bit like the rocket race challenge, building up for sciences we haven't yet researched using FNEI as your guide.
Oh right. I think, I don't think I'd want to get too far ahead. I think I wouldn't want to do ones we haven't researched yet, but then we can research tier 1 of everything. So there's not going to be too much. There's always going to be something to do. The bigger problem with that idea is that once we get trains, we're going to want to do a massive redesign.
Yes, and that's a fair point.
So I think
I'll just a bootstrap base.
I think just energy, yeah. I think. Well, you say that. I think this will stay as probably as the mall, but I think we'll move the we'll probably move energy science out. But the rest of it, I think, will probably stay. Well, some of it will stay. We'll probably come to think of it. Let's have a look and see what things I think we will probably move. I think we'll probably move out the scrap reprocessing. I think we'll probably move out thermofluid and probably orange space goop production. We probably will move out the memory card manufacture and maybe plasma. But the rest of it, I think, will stay. What's left of it, I think, will stay there, and it will expand to get more and more of the sort of the infrastructure building stuff, the mall essentially. So I think, I think this is probably going to stay as a general purpose mall area, but we'll gradually move out the things that are needed in lots and lots of places in throughput quantities. That's my thinking anyway.
Yeah, makes sense.
I did consider the idea of running a spaceship using machine guns instead of laser turrets. In fact, I was going to do that in my last run for the the victory ship, because I was struggling to get enough damage output out of that one. But I thought about it a bit and decided that the sheer amount of ammunition you get through made it potentially not worth it. I didn't really do the maths or any testing. I just went, yeah, that seems excessive, and decided not to do it. Not sure. That is also a possibility, Rage, is to transport the Beryl over to Norbit and then do the processing there. The upside of it is, as you say, then it's less of an effort to get the resources transported here. The downside is that the logistical cost of transporting everything over is going to be significantly higher, because the beryllium will stack a lot less nicely. Ooh, asynchronous saving just worked. Because the beryl ore will stack a lot less highly than the other ore. Thank you, Levin. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. So you'd need to do. I don't know what the numbers are going to be, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was 10 or 20 times as many runs back and forth with the spaceship to transport the extra stuff you'd need.
How expensive is Ion Stream?
Not enormously, but we're going to have to do the spaceship manually at the moment, so that's going to be a faff.
We've got clamps apparently.
Oh, yes. Someone said
there
were just a few, didn't they?
Yes, it's not a. We're not going to change the world with that number of clamps. But they're there.
Yeah, that's true. That might be. Yeah. Okay, so we can automate that bit then. So that might be worth doing. So Ion Stream is Ion blue clouds is rare metals and plasma stream, and plasma stream is lithium and chemical gel. Yeah, I mean it's not particularly expensive actually.
And we have a use for rare metals.
Yeah, true. It'll help get rid of some of those rare metals we're hoarding. Right, but for now I'm going to concentrate on energy science because
all the energy.
So this is conductivity data, electromagnetic field, it's just data. So this is holmium plate, but no, otherwise all stuff we've already got. Fine. Rare metal. Ion. Oh, so I'm going to need to make ion stream here. Cold. That's extra cool. Extra cold. So I'm going to need to chill thermofluid further actually, and for this one as well. Yes. So I'm going to need to chill. I'm going to need to make hypercoolers, and I'm going to need to get holmium plate in, obviously. But the rest, so far, that's as I said, is all stuff we've just got. This is all. Oh, and make ion stream, which I want for the ship anyway. Polarization. Multispectral mirrors is a thing we're going to need to make, and that was a thing I started making actually in its own little special factory last time, because you needed so many of those for so many different things. So they're needed for this now. I don't remember them being needed for this, but I can happily believe that they were. We're going to need them for Astro, I think, for the telescope. Maybe only just for making the telescopes. We also need them for making the good solar panels as well, so that's definitely worth having. Railgun turrets and spaceships, that's an interesting idea. I feel that would lead to using extreme ammunition wastage, because you'd be using what I imagine is probably fairly expensive ammunition on very, very small meteorites. But if you could program them to only go for the big meteorites, that'd be really quite handy. No, God, yes, you can make antimatter spaceship fuel, which allows you to lift off from planets, as Rage says. But that's such late game tech. I didn't actually use it. I used antimatter engines for my victory ship, but I didn't fit. I don't think I fitted any ships with antimatter booster tanks. So yeah, blank multispectral mirrors. I'm going to want to make those. Radiation data is uranium-235, so we're going to need to start bringing that up, and we're going to need some more uranium mines on Norvis, which is both on Marc's list and my list. So that means it's probably going to happen.
It's already done.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. There's that efficiency we like to see. So let's make some hypercoolers first. That seems like a good place to start. And I reckon if I do all my building of random stuff over here, we'll probably find we've got most of the stuff we need in this area already. So let's extend this up a little bit more. Blump, like that. Put another one of these machines like that. And let's be I'm being really cocky about this, and not even looking at what's needed before I start building it. Big electromotors, check. Low density structures, check. Space pipes, check. Yes, check. Storage tanks, nope. And pumps, nope. That's quite annoying that it requires those things, because those are not things that I have on my bus, I don't think. Tanks. Oh, I have pumps here though. Oh, I do have pumps on the bus, on the minibus. Excellent. So it is actually just storage tanks that I'm lacking in this area. Cool. That's actually going to be easier than I expected. I'm going to still have to make some tanks, because I'm not using logistics bots in space, because that's a heresy. And I've probably got iron around here somewhere. I haven't got iron around here. That's going to be the next thing. Okay, I'm going to need to bring iron in, and no, I've got steel, so I don't need steel. Right, you are going to make me hypercoolers. That's these ones. And this goes here, and this goes here, and we tell that one to connect to the logistics network and only run when there are fewer than a bajillion hypercoolers. And you need, I say a bajillion because I'm going to need quite a lot of these at some point. So let's make that 60, because I know what this game's like. I'm going to need a lot of these things, and I'm going to suddenly need lots of them at some point. So that's a reasonable number. Right.
Marc or Mike, are either of you planning on going to Njord?
Not really.
It wasn't.
So feel free.
Is Njord the cool one? There was two that I got my eyes on. I was like, ooh, that could be. No, not Njord. Njord's all yours if you want it.
Njord. It's got to be cool because it's got an NJ at the beginning of the name.
Yeah.
Yeah. There were two planets rather than moons that I had my eyes on. Going, ooh, that could be interesting.
I'm reminded a little bit. I was rereading the Wheel of Time series not all that long ago, and I was quite entertained. So there's a lot in the Wheel of Time. There's a lot of it's got this idea that that time is a loop, a wheel of time, if you will, which is a bit like a wheel of cheese, but a bit less tasty. And the idea is that myths from one era become things that happened in one era become myths in other eras, and because it's a loop, you get this sort of loop, this feeding backwards and forwards. So there are various things. Where there are real life things that are legends in the Wheel of Time world, and there's various things the other way around. So there's a lot of Norse mythology and Christian mythology and all that sort of stuff in there. And one of the things is there's one of the characters who's is very much the inspiration for a lot of the Norse myths according to the Wheel of Time mythology, essentially. And he makes a hammer that I hadn't twigged before, but when you actually go through and then carefully sort of try and sound out what he's called it. He basically calls this hammer he's made Mjolnir, because he's a sort of somewhere between Thor and Loki in the he's basically the Thor of the series, which entertained me quite a lot.
Yeah.
It's done in a subtle enough way that I didn't notice it until my most recent reread.
That's fair. I mean, how much Norse mythology do you generally know? Outside
Quite
of the
a lot
Marvel
more
stuff?
since I started watching MCU films about Thor.
Yeah.
I think I'd heard. I'm sure I'd heard of Mjolnir before I started watching MCU.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, Mjolnir is one of the more famous artifacts in Norse mythology.
Yeah,
Thor and his hammer.
yeah. But there's a lot of other stuff. There is
Oh, yeah.
there's a trickster character who is associated with ravens quite a lot, for example, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of it, and there's a lot of Arthurian stuff in there as well. So there's lots of characters who are named in a way that isn't quite the name, but it's a way you could see that over thousands or hundreds of tens of thousands of years it could corrupt from their name in the series to the name in the real world Arthurian legends. And also
Yeah.
there's sort of combinations of things as well. So the characters will often be based on multiple mythological characters as well, which is quite nice. Or mythological characters will be based on multiple Wheel of Time characters.
Makes sense.
It's a good series. It's a bit heavy going in places, and it's it is a very, very long series. But if you're kind of used to epic fantasy, it's certainly manageable.
I mean, in fairness, I'm currently ploughing my way through the Mistborn book. I say ploughing. I'm trying not to get too far ahead of Pete.
Yeah, likewise. I'm doing quite well. I'm currently only 6 books ahead of him.
In fairness, that's in Pete's not here to defend himself. I was going to make a rude comment about Pete's reading speed, but he's not here to defend himself, and that sort of takes the fun out of it. It turns into bullying
yeah.
very
It's
quickly.
mean being rude about someone when they're not there.
Yeah.
It just feels wrong.
Exactly.
I can put that there.
And we are known for not being rude to each other.
Especially not to Pete.
Especially not actually fair to him. He's not around often enough to be rude to.
If I put that there, no, that
having
won't work.
just moved house, in fairness, I think we can give him a pass on that one.
Yeah, I guess. If we must.
You'll have actual internet soon.
Ooh.
A whole actual internet.
I mean, he'll probably jump to having the best internet out of any of us, except possibly Mark.
Yeah, we've got to the point where we assume if somebody's in a foreign country, they've probably got much better internet than we have.
As long as the other country isn't America.
I've got bad news.
Or Australia.
Very bad news. Nobody look at this train up here. Ping near it. There we go.
Thank you. It says coal mine and it's full of copper.
No one look at it.
Mike.
No one look at it.
I mean, to be fair, copper is the easiest thing to get rid of that we have, given the rate we're getting through it. 12,000 per minute or whatever it was.
That's not the problem.
Oh,
As the one who's actually here, you go manual for a second. I'm turning those inserters round.
you're not going to fit that in.
Hush now. Oh, blimey.
Just manually send it to the add an extra single drop point at the coal, a temporary drop at the copper drop off station, and then just
this is going a whole set of ways that I did not expect.
And then rename the station so it doesn't happen again.
Right, copper mine.
Mike, you know how I've made station blueprints?
Yep.
Where they have a name
Hush
now.
I will bet you that it was an absent-minded misclick, given that coal and copper are quite close to each other on the list.
Culpa.
Okay.
Does that mean you're culpable?
Oop.
That was bad even by my standards. I do apologise. It's because I'm ill.
Hello, Ill. I'm Mike.
I don't normally pun like that.
Yeah, you do. Right, where's the copper drop? There's the copper drop.
All of the world.
And then click coal drop.
You don't. You used to move really quickly when you just jumped off the edge of the world like that. It's kind of disappointing that it's slowed down to what's probably a safer speed.
Mike.
Tristan. Hang on, wait one. And that, and.
Book 6 of Wheel of
Listen,
Time.
I'll
Which
fix
one was that? Is that Lord of Chaos? I
Wait,
want
what?
to say. I was about to start talking
Oh.
about
This has
Shadows
been
set
itself
up for
because that's
longer
Book
than
6
you
of
thought.
Mistborn, but Fires. I'm pretty sure 5 is Fires of Heaven. I can't remember. I think 6 might be Lords of Chaos, but it's been a long time since I've read them.
I blame Tristan.
That seems fair.
Rude.
I feel like I should put all of the thermofluid cooling in the same place, i.e. over here, but there isn't room to run another pipe through, so I'm not going to. I'm just going to be dirty and put it over here instead. Yeah, I think that groan was well deserved, no god. Can I get rid of these, please? Like that.
Right, hang on. So this is a coal
coal drop.
station.
And you had the coal train was picking up copper because that's how you set it up.
No, it was a copper station because it was picking up copper.
Yeah, but it was called coal pickup.
It was so it was a
called coal pickup, but it should have been a copper pickup. Are we making the same? Are we agreeing?
The coal train picked up copper.
Robbie.
And dropped copper off at the processed fuel place.
Oh dear.
Yep. I'll sort that while some of
Oh, so it actually unloaded some copper. That's even worse. Okay, I hadn't realised it.
So 2 train loads have filled up.
Ooh.
Yeah, that.
I assume, Mark, that was because of the chaos that has unwittingly happened.
No,
yes.
Yep.
Is there a way to do this nicely?
Ooh.
No.
That will now unload.
Damn it.
Use
Your manual and
maybe have a look at the coal oil drop off
Is
as
that
well.
better? No, it's worse.
Oh yeah, that's the same.
Oh, Mike, if you put coal everywhere, I mean copper everywhere.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's Tristan's train system.
Deny everything, Baldrick.
Tristan's responsible for trains. We've established this.
Mike is very responsible. Every time something happens, everyone points to him and says, "You're responsible." Yes, that is a panto joke.
That can go. That can go. That can go. Empty cargo. Go there. Screw that. Right. It's got empty cargo. That'll do. Go. Or rod. Hang on. Stupid thing. You know what?
I assume you're talking about yourself here.
No, I'm talking about Tristan's trains. Tristan, I need a train stackers. Pronto. Oh no, I've got it. I got it. I got it. Go there.
Come on, Laurence, get this right. Don't mic it up. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Yeah, I mean, I think I have a personal theory that part of the reason that space exploration fluids are made so difficult and complex and over the top is because Arundel got upset that everyone was dodging all of the general complexity for solids by using bots for everything. So he's implemented fluid tangles because you can't bot those. I've no idea whether there's any truth in that, but it's a sort of a theory that amuses me. So I'm choosing to believe it's true.
There. Right, where is that ping?
Right, what have we got here?
I'm there. Right.
This is warm. Will this fit? No, it won't fit. Let's put in a 5. I mean, I totally understand where he's coming from. If I made all this sort of glorious, if I'd made this mod that required massive quantities of glorious spaghetti to carry all of your stuff around, and people went, I'm not playing properly. I'm just gonna put I'm gonna use bots everywhere. I'd be mildly upset.
No, not still just warehouse.
Oh, the problem with flipping all of these over to be construction network, to construction roboports, is that now I'm not being brought any of the stuff that I'm running out of. Alright, let's put them back into normal mode.
Why are these filters set to copper, Tristan?
So that it will only empty the copper out.
I've already emptied the copper out.
Well, you hadn't done that.
Yeah, that's fine.
9. 1, 2, 3.
You act like I've never had to clean the belt before.
What are you doing, Mike?
Cleaning the belt.
I think we need to have a look,
The
don't we?
belt will be clean. Clean! You should be cleansed of your...
You're doing
what
it manually.
the heck? Yeah.
That's a Mike
Because
death.
otherwise
Mike
you end up
tactical Mike.
automating weirdness into it. Like, what is this belt doing? Oh,
It's-
you're going to cause so
it
many
was
problems.
going-
Tristan,
Yeah,
you're making it worse. Tristan!
You've got a massively polluted belt here now. This is
Yeah,
exactly
it's fine.
what I was avoiding.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. What is this thing doing? You know what? Let's just filter you on copper. Where are you? Copper.
Oh, God.
Tristan, you've broken all the things. What?
This would have been a clean belt. This isn't going to work because you're going to
Yeah,
get
it's
coal
fine.
reaching the end
Yeah, that's intentional. And then look
and
what's at the
clogging
end.
up.
No, but
What's
it'll
the
clog
end?
up part way along because you'll get a solid fueler trying to, or the coal will
Yeah.
get right. Oh, you might not get coal all the way to the end.
No,
Actually, there's
you
enough
get coal,
hungry
you will.
fuelers that he should be all right. Maybe, that he
You
might
won't
be
go
all
all the way
right.
to the end.
Maybe.
Hello, Enelton. Enelition. Enelition. There we go. Words. Reading is apparently not my strong suit.
Right, to protect from cases of Mike. Actually, no, we don't want these set as no filter because we might send something other than coal there.
We'll just leave Mike to filling his inventory up with copper ore. That seems like a
Yeah,
good
it's
idea.
fine.
What was I doing? What was I doing before I went over there to ridicule Mike? Oh yes, I remember.
I mean, in fairness,
Oh wait.
Laurence was ridiculing the mic. I understand it. I understand it. From Lawrence's point of view, it's very, very rare for him to have somebody else's inventory problems to laugh at.
Fair. To be fair, I think I do clean stuff up like that, and that is why Tristan sometimes mocks me for having inventories full of nonsense. However, I don't try to clean them up when it's quite that bad into my own inventory. Because that's basically. Which output are you?
I mean, I've now got to clean up all of this automated gubbins down
Hang on
here.
a minute, have I got this right? Yes, but that should be that way around. Okay. This is
Right.
working. So this is the... Right, yes. Wait, what? Oh! I don't actually need all four inputs, all four sides of this connected, because it only does 3 liquids. There we go, that's slightly more sense. That's why I was getting confused and panicking that I'd done things wrong and horribly messed everything up and it was all going to break. Right, okay, now let's try and get let's get rid of the warm stuff, which is this one. Down here. Oh. I was just thinking, wow, look at me drawing a really nice straight line with a with a mouse drag, and then it went wrong because I thought about it.
You should never think, Lawrence. We've told you this
It
several
is
times
dangerous
before.
and also painful.
It does hurt. Can confirm. No, wretched. Oh, bots, go away!
Out, damn bots!
Stupid things.
That was me showing my
Not
cultured
you,
side.
not
I can't
you.
remember which particular thing it is I'm quoting, but I know it's cultured.
That is a misquote of Macbeth.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
Do I need to turn around 3 times, go outside and swear? That's typically how actors respond to people saying the M word, isn't it?
In fairness, usually we just threw things at them. It was easier. What's interesting there is the real sort of dichotomy of how, you know... no, I can't bother to finish that sentence. Someone else do it for me.
Potatoes.
That'll do. They say Laurence is quoting Macbeth and then has a sort of posh resolution to it, even though he can't remember it's Macbeth. I'm there going, that's Macbeth, I recognise that play. Haha. And then have a really thuggish, just throw things
When
at
people
them.
say we throw things at people, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
How much of this
Right.
line how much of this has been used? Presumably all of it. Yes, all of it, because otherwise it wouldn't be. There would be. If I hadn't used all of it, I would have then used it instead of these ones up here. So I would have used all of it. This one has blank data cards going back along here, so I better. There might be blank data cards coming somewhere later. I don't trust the game not to have those, so I'm going to save this row as well. This row. This one doesn't appear to have anything on it, so we've got a gap here for things going that way, and then here is the next one. So this actually should be a pipe. this one, like that. There we go. Yeah, and I think Macbeth is, or Shakespeare in general, actually, is one of those things I know more by cultural osmosis than by actually doing anything so cultured and shocking as to have read any of them. I did study Romeo and Juliet at school, which wasn't too bad, to be fair, but I've never been particularly into Shakespeare.
Did you have that thing where the English teacher would insist that you watch Baz Luhrmann's Romeo plus Juliet?
I did watch it. I don't remember whether that was at the encouragement of a teacher or just something that happened, or something that I watched for, or it might have been encouragement of my parents or something like that. I don't remember, but I did notice that I watched it at about the same sort of time as I was doing it at school, as it were, if you'll pardon the expression.
Yeah.
Which meant that I knew the book well enough when I saw the film that I noticed that how much of the dialogue was quite cleverly just lifted straight from the book. At this stage afterwards, I don't remember if it was literally all of it or whether it was just select bits and pieces here and there. I think it might have been all of it, actually. I think they might have just literally used all of the dialogue in it might have been lifted straight from the original.
Baz Luhrmann's one, yeah. It's one of the things we had to look at, where they actually deliberately and intentionally chose to use exactly the Shakespearean language.
Yes, but was it 100% of the dialogue in the film was from?
I believe it was
Romeo and Juliet. Okay, I
mean,
couldn't remember that. I remember
some years back.
Yeah, I remember noticing that definitely some of it was, but I wasn't sure whether it was like sort of 10%, 50%, 90%, 100%. What?
I think it was technically all of it. I have a sneaky suspicion that there was going to be some edge case somewhere where it just didn't work and they had. I don't remember. I know they spent a lot of, like when they're talking about longswords, he pulls out a shotgun, which has got a little plaque under these saying longsword, shotgun.
Yeah, I remember there being a Desert Eagle that had sword written down the side of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On a semi-related note, I mean, obviously not quite as culturally profound. What's this doing? Like, I see that it's saying, what is less than 1,000 plates?
Oh, that's the limiter for using a priority of the core things. So if we have enough copper stored in the box on the left.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see.
Then we stop inputting the inputting the
yeah. So because we have
the trains.
How many thousand?
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense, actually. That's quite cool.
Makes sense.
Okay, where else was contaminated with copper? Big oil.
I'm fixing the oil.
Go
My way, not your way.
I was going to say, I'll go over there and do it properly. Quickly and efficiently.
I have not seen the Roman Polanski version of Macbeth. I didn't study Macbeth at school, and therefore have never read it. I have to say, at least Shakespeare was better than Charles Dickens. This is turning into a very cultured stream. What's going on?
You can clean out that belt if you want, Mike.
That's so kind of you.
How do I prevent my fluid return lines from filling up? The very, very simple way. Over here, where the coal is being, where it's being made, have I just not bothered? No. Over here where it's being where the thermofluid is actually being made, there's a pump here watching how much is in the tank, and if it's ever less than 10,000, then it'll put some more in. But if the tank is where's the warm? There's the warm. So if the warm is above 10,000, then it won't. Now, at this stage of the game, this is probably going to be absolutely fine. Later on, when there's more machines doing this sort of thing, you might need a bit more buffer available, not to put too fine a point on it. But at this sort of level, just saying, don't fill this up with new stuff above 10,000 is basically absolutely fine.
I'm genuinely kind of sad that the like and subscribe message on the old steel smeltery it's now just there, but it's in the middle of nowhere.
It just looks like
not quite in the middle,
graffitiing in odd places.
Yeah.
Liking and subscribing is an excellent idea, though. We've had 2 Twitch subscribers today. That's good. Or resubscribers, I should say, which is even better.
Yep, it's the standard thing. It's not. Does someone subscribe the first time that is sort of your big measure of success? It's do they continue to?
Do they come back later when they found out what
Yeah.
I'm like? Yes. Although I suppose technically, by the time somebody subscribes, they probably already do know what I'm like and have decided they like what they see, hear, all that sort of stuff.
Mike, that station you've gone past.
Which one? I was
What's
looking for
next?
it. Did I miss it?
It's energy science. That's what I was doing until I got sidetracked by talk of Shakespeare.
Right.
Ah, there we are. Yeah, see ya.
So I need to make electromagnetics facilities for that one, and for that one. I'm almost surprised I need the same thing. Laser facilities and
Also, there's
radiation
some more in
facilities.
the
Okay,
warehouse
let's
at
go
the
and start
bottom.
making those. Oh, someone's scanning the Nyords.
Need to.
Yeah, I think that basically is the. I mean, you could probably wire things in slightly differently for this sort of setup, but basically it's going to be exactly the same setup everywhere. That's a good point though, is that I haven't put in tanks over here yet, and this is going to need some tanks and some and appropriately configured pumps. I just haven't. No, hang on, no, it's not. No, because you don't. I was going to say there's nothing that outputs the cool over here, but I think there is, just not yet. I'll worry about that. So I'll worry about that later. So I'm going to need some. I'm sort of once again. I'm just assuming that the space up here is going to be good for building these sort of things. Let's have a look at the. Oh, they're not all called facilities. No, in fact, none of them are called facilities. Not laser, laser. Laser. It is called a facility. It's just FNEI search doesn't work. Oh bloody hell. Right. Okay. Well, we've got some of these. We've got low density structures. Tick. We've got space assembly machines. Tick. We've got glass. We don't have laser turrets on the bus here, and we don't have accumulators.
Tristan.
Yep.
This warehouse that you said had copper in it a moment ago.
I'm very tempted to just hand feed
Yeah,
this
it
one.
had 100. I've got bots to get rid of it.
Okay. Where are the bots taking it?
Over to cores.
Okay. What
Oh,
else do I
yeah,
need?
of course.
Radiation facilities.
Makes
Another
sense.
one.
You can dump your stuff in there if you want, or in the smelter.
No,
This was
it's fine.
uranium fuel cells. Bloomin' heck.
Put it
There's
in
a
the right
lot
place.
of weird stuff going into these ones. Okay, and what was the third one? Electromagnetic.
No, man.
That's accumulators as well. I don't really want to put accumulators on the bus. It just feels weird. But I also don't really want to make that. Actually, oh no, I'll make them on site. That's actually easier than I was expecting. Okay then. So, you are. What was the other thing? I can't remember what the other thing was. We'll come back to it. Radfac. Uranium fuel cells. That was the other weird. That was another weird thing. And this one needed laser turrets. Laser turrets are hard to make though. Those I might actually bring over by I don't know, hand or something. Although I feel bad.
Slightly working through these coal stations, checking for contamination, and actually, I think they're all
What was the other one that
clean now.
required accumulators? It was that one, wasn't it? Yes. Okay, so we'll put accumulators and the one that requires accumulators rather, and boom, the one that requires. Sorry, we'll put the two that require accumulators next to each other like that because they both require the same thing. And then that one in there, and hopefully if I'm really lucky, and I'm probably not. What are you? You're electromagnetic. You're so I want laser as well, which is I've lost it and the plot. Laser, that one. So that's the other one that requires accumulators. So I can. No, these two should be the ones that require the accumulators because then I can put a machine in a place to build them. That's what I actually meant. And then this one down here should be the other one that doesn't require the accumulators. Was that the radiation facility? Yes, it was. And somehow I'm going to need to get uranium fuel cells in here. We'll see. We'll think about that in a moment. The new gunplay tip seems to keep coming back, and I sort of got to the point where I stopped noticing it, basically.
I like the way that I put a message in, saying immediately there's a response.
No, I didn't. I didn't see your message until after I'd already responded to it.
Enough.
I'm happy to say.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think turning an entire base into a bus design is the way. Well, actually, it's easier if it's a bus design from scratch to start off with, of course. But sometimes I understand that's not entirely possible. So what do you need? Low density structures. You need a long and a short and a glass and a. Okay, no, you know what? I'm just going to put in long and short on both sides rather than actually worry about what it really needs. In fact, bring that up there and there. I'm just going to copy that and put it in again up. Of course, it can't reach far enough, but we'll put it in up here anyway, like that. And that. And again up here. Oh, this one actually will reach. Kind of. Yeah. Good. Don't get caught in the belt.
Have you just added that stone man in, Mark?
There. Right.
Give me a second.
Why you said? Oh, this one doesn't have power. There we go. There we go. Right. So that's going to be everything except, everything except the
Yes.
uranium fuel cells
Cool.
there,
Good
and
stuff, there you go.
hopefully everything except the the laser turrets are a pain in the wasp name, but I'll deal with that in a moment. An accumulator is just batteries and
Something
iron.
wrong with?
So
No, that's
that
fine. I'm
means
just going through my list of things to do.
I come
and that
to
was it.
here, do that, and put in one of these. Have I got that in the right place? I have got that in the right place. Excellent. And that, and that, and that.
Laurence,
Hello.
could you save the game, please? Just I'm about to use the logistic request manager. Just to be sure.
Once we're at it,
Okay,
just making
saving.
sure.
Right, I have now saved the game.
I've got a copy as well.
And I need batteries on this bus
Thank
now.
you. Yep, I've used it and it appears to be happy.
No magic smoke? Excellent. That's the amount of magic smoke.
Also,
I
it
like to
works
see.
from NavSat now. So I suspect
Oh,
it was lack of research.
Ah. I don't seem to have batteries on the bus, which doesn't really surprise me because they're down here in this box. Because they're a weird thing that I haven't needed yet. So let's do that. Got a belt coming along here. There aren't any other belts lower than this one, are there? No. So this is currently the bottom of the bus, and it's the first one of this set of bus shenaniganery. So that means I want to copy that to here, and I'm copying it because I don't want that to be an unprogrammed loader at any point, because if it is, then it'll spew the wrong stuff onto the belt, and then I'll have to pick it all up, and Tristan will mock me.
Mhm.
So it turned to actually also be batteries, and we don't want it to be imersite crystals. We just want it to be batteries. I'll need to go under there like that, and then do that. I suppose. You know what? Actually, let's extend that all the way down for the next chunk of bus. Keep the bots busy. Keeps them out of trouble, right? And then somewhere around, yes, here. So we're going to need to work out how to get another belt coming up here. It's going to be awkward because of this pylon, but I can always shift. I can shift the pylons around a bit. That's not a problem. So I want it to be coming to about here. Oh, fail. That won't work. Right, we'll go one more across. Right, still a pylon problem there. But yeah, it can come up over here and then join onto there. So I'll go over and move that pylon in a moment. So here, we will need a belt going like this, joining onto there. Nice. And then I'm just going to go over and do this. Do the fiddly bit manually. If I can press the right buttons on my keyboard, I am anyway. Because over here, we need to have an undergroundy like this. It probably doesn't need to be that big, but I couldn't be bothered to think about it too hard. That goes like that. Then up here, we have a pylon problem. So you can go over there instead and get rid of that one. And I'll put in another one here just to keep whatever that was linked to down there. It's probably a roboport. Yes, there's a roboport down there that was briefly unpowered, but it's now powered again, so that's fine. Go for the belt. Goes there. And right, there's batteries. Okay, so that should now be accumulators, or at least it will be once I've told the machine up here that it is an accumulator maker. It is to accumulate. And over here, basically just have that again, and again. And then we need to think about programming it, because you are going to be making radiation facilities, so that needs to run until it's got the right number of those. You are making laser facilities, so again, laser those. And you are making EM facilities, like that. And that means we need another roboport up here somewhere, but that's fine, can do that. Makes it a little bit smaller.
I might have built train tracks over a uranium patch, and if you drive in the train over that, you might get a little bit of radiation.
I like it.
No.
Just a bit.
It's only a little bit of death.
What's a little bit of radiation poisoning between friends? It's fine.
I feel like I should make a Geiger counter noise at this point. Is that going to reach? It is. I'm not sure I can make a convincing Geiger counter noise. I probably sound like I was doing an impression. I don't know what I sound like I was doing an impression of.
Mark.
Right, this is all great, except for that lack of uranium fuel cells, which we're not making anywhere.
In the modules thing, not the modules thing, the blueprints thing, I spent a certain amount of time between streams doing some design work, as one does.
It does a bit, actually. Oh, I've built all this slightly too high up.
This sort of thing I've got for the, what's the blasted thing called?
Don't tell anyone. Just put it there. Yeah, this is supposed to be, smaller gap.
What's holding thing?
Where?
The module, I don't even know what it's called. The blueprint sandbox thing?
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
Do I have hot and cold running uranium up here?
I see.
And hot.
That's fine, just because that's that, which means...
I don't have any uranium. Interesting.
That is that.
I don't even know if I'm requesting any. Oh, I'm requesting cold uranium, but don't seem to be getting it. Oh no, there it is. That's the cold uranium. Why is that coming out on the belt already? Did I need it for something? Oh, it's needed for that one. So, do I make these fuel cells on site? Or do I, not? I could do, actually, relatively easily. If I just ask for hot uranium, which I'm going to need later anyway, and I'm not going to need them in massive quantities. So yeah, let's do that.
Do you see that ping?
I do, yep.
So I'm not a fan of turning the direction, because then you can't, tile it. So you have to keep the flow of ingredients from top to bottom here.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you could do that instead.
Yeah. I would turn the whole thing around, but that just for aesthetics.
Yeah, that's fair.
Down here. That'd be
what I've done is just do it that way for simplicity for now. But yeah, it could.
Yeah, but you probably don't just don't want to have one of those, but like 4 or 5. So
sorry, I see what you mean. So yeah, if I was
to
do
put them next to each other.
This. Hang on, just measuring it out at the top. Boosh, like that. Then it would go like that.
Oh. Okay, yeah. That would be interesting, yeah.
Yeah, so it's sort of, it is tileable, but it's only tileable in one. Well, I mean, you could do it in any direction you felt like, but if you got any.
No, I like it if the belt doesn't get filled up. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's the other limiting factors eventually. Belts.
Did you do math about the ratios?
No, I did it empirically.
Okay.
Imperially.
I say that I started out doing the maths, and then I put the modules in and went, you know what?
Don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So there's a bit of a balancing act.
Hang
Hang on, why has this half not worked? It's probably because I've...
Flutes.
Ah! Oh no!
Picked
up some
yes,
uranium.
That's right. For some reason...
on the floor over there. That's fine, right?
Also, you have to deal with the dirty water.
Oh, heck.
Yeah.
No, but in general, I like the design.
There you go. I even went aesthetic and put concrete around it.
I've just had a thought. I was about to clean up this uranium by picking it up, but that seems like a bad idea now I think about it.
Do it.
But that seems like a bad idea now I think about it.
Do it.
For the dirty water,
that and that. Well,
we could add it to the train system,
I'm never
so
sure
you can
with these
just
things.
dump it in a station
will.
and
Except only
actually
from
get
some
recycled
small
back.
part of the area.
Okay, hang on, I've done the wrong thing.
That would turn it
Of
into
course I
copper
didn't,
instead
but-
of iron, but
There we
You
go.
could
So-
clean it up on site and recycle it to copper as well.
yeah, it depends if you're. I didn't look at it for very long, but it looked like iron smelting.
No, Mike is currently designing a copper smelting.
Okay, I wasn't paying enough attention when I looked at it then.
Actually, let's make that a. No, there's no point in making the filter insert.
All the copper in it is the. I'd argue is the giveaway. So the biggest difference between this and Marc's design, there's a lot of similarity.
Probably should use
Is that this has got beacons in it.
Oh right, I didn't see you had more stuff to the left.
So over
I
here, I
saw
also need to program
Marc's
this
design.
with that.
I thought, hey, this is iron.
Oh yeah, this is iron, but
Yeah.
this,
Yeah,
the concrete
you didn't
underneath
see.
it. So yes.
Oh, the irony.
Yeah, there we go.
Right, so the plan here.
Everything is working.
Leave this to run. It'll pull all of. In fact, let's upgrade that to a stack inserter because I'm impatient. It'll pull all of the dull uranium off there into that box, and then I can get the box to come along and just demolish that box and take it away. Interestingly, I've just noticed this. Oh no, it does connect to the rest of the Roboport network. It's just that there's just a bit of a gap there because the other one's a little bit out, but that's fine. Okay, that's that sorted out. Next time a rocket comes up, I should get some hot uranium. Hopefully, it'll go into the filter its way through here as normal and go onto the other side of this belt. So this belt is going to have both types of uranium on it, which is a bit of a break from how I do everything else on this bus, except for actually no, the other thing that goes on both, has different things on opposite sides of the belt, is science packs. So science packs and uranium, it seems, are my things that need to get split up like this. And then we can feed the rest of it on from here. It can carry on, and then it'll do we'll have the hot and cold running uranium that we need here, wherever it is, here, in order to get that working properly.
So this is
if
where
I break it out anyway, and then bring it up here somehow through all of this mess of everything. It's going to be an adventure.
Yeah, so the limiting factor on that design,
Probably like that.
in real terms, is that it requires lots of tier 3 modules, which requires vulcanite blocks and imersite. Unfortunately, both of those are in exceptionally short supply.
What are you trying to make at the moment? Is that for all the modules? Something you've designed will take up?
Have a look in the press shift B. I don't even know what it's called.
Oh, okay. Blueprint sandbox.
That's the one.
The smeltery system that's making copper. Is it?
Yes.
Good. Oh, I see. You beaconed it.
Yeah,
Yes,
there
good.
So yeah, I
Lots of
saw those beacons had to be done. But if you look at the modules in them, they're all tier 3s.
Yeah. So very worthwhile for the amount of copper we're getting through. But however, yeah.
Yeah. So it's
You can stick
everything in
tier
that.
2s in. And
Yeah, you could. It'd be less efficient, but yeah, you can do
You
it.
could put tier 2s in temporarily and
Yeah,
then upgrade it to
exactly.
tier 3s when we have tier 3s available.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the winning strategy, if I'm honest.
Now, here's a question: is the see? I noticed you beaconed the casting machines as well.
Yep. It's not strictly necessary.
It's not.
but-
It's not. You could just put more in. However, it's possible that uses less modules than putting in more machines and maybe I suppose you could just put in more
given you
machines
can't
and
put
not any speed
productivity in them.
modules.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could just have
Yeah,
you could have acres of machines basically.
that is true. What I've done is I've just started buffering the cryonite rod slightly at this end, which is then producing throughput from Dracket, which was the limiting factor, if I remember,
On imersite.
on imersite
Yes.
crystals.
Yeah.
So I'm unblocking that by storage, basically.
I see that. I take it this is just an arbitrary number of machines based on what you're saying, because it doesn't seem to be. None of the belts are flowing flat out, so I'm not quite sure what you've based it around, apart from just sort of here's some stuff.
What's the current limiting factor?
The current limiting factor appears to be current limiting. I'm not
One
sure.
of the rows isn't running.
Yeah.
Rose.
Actually, the bottom 4 now on Lawrence's stream.
But the bottom one has just kicked in.
Oh,
Why
yeah,
are you
it's.
Oh, it's full. Oh, it's full of the it's because the molten copper output is full.
Ah, right.
So you haven't got
Yes.
enough casting machines.
That surprises me, to be brutally honest, but okay, that's fine. We can work with that in a relatively straightforward way. Yoink.
Yep, that's what I was about to do.
Because you know what's going to be done from that. Most important bit.
Yeah, that's now faster than necessary. I can see the amount of molten copper going in the pipes going down. Oh, and back up again. Might need ducts at this rate. Quack, quack.
Yeah, it'll take a bit of time to get up to speed, but you know.
Yeah, it surges up and down, which makes me think it's about right.
Yeah. What's interesting is that when I did this empirically, it was actually. I mean, there was a slight increase in the quantity of iron fluid. It was gaining at. It was about 100 every second or two.
Okay.
I suppose actually, in fairness, without a big tank on it to hold the excess, that would log jam pretty quick.
Yeah.
Whereas, this is now massively overkill.
Okay. Which is interesting because the pipe, the molten copper pipe, at least the ones I've got my mouse over, seems to be going between about. Okay, now it's practically empty. I was going to say it seems to be going between about 30 and about 100, and most of the casting machines are running.
Yeah,
although not
they're
flat out.
all stopping for
Yeah.
a while. I mean, honestly, that doesn't actually matter. There's two ways of looking at it. One is your output as fast as it possibly can be given the input, and the other one is, are your machines all being 100% utilized?
Yeah.
This one is output driven. That's fine. Yeah, there's
The big
nothing
question,
wrong with
actually,
that.
to be honest, the main question is are you making copper fast enough for your needs of your factory? But yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, you might as well try and balance somewhere through the middle. Chat is asking why you haven't put the beacons in the middle to allow you to use just to make the whole thing a bit more compact. Are they not? Oh no, they are 3x3 for these sort of beacons. Yes.
Yeah, they're not that big, so I mean, I could move them around and play sort of balancing games. Yes, I could stick them in the middle and use underground belts and so on. But honestly, the extra tile or two.
Actually, that'd be worth it because then you'd be able to have one beacon per 6 machines instead of one beacon per 4 machines, I think. Or maybe you couldn't quite actually.
No, the input and output.
No, you would be able to if you put that right in the middle. I think.
What you think? Like one,
like
2. No, they've got to be at least one apart. And then a beacon in the middle.
Oh, you need a gap. Oh, you need a gap for the fluid to go through. Yeah, that'd work like this.
That?
Oh no, that's inside. Yeah.
Have you for that bit there? So
you'd need to have.
Yeah,
Also, your fluids can go in and out
closer.
on the ends, so you can actually have them closer together than that. There's no reason not to have them touching.
Yeah. So up to like
that.
Buttons there. I've got. Yep.
Oh yeah, sorry, yes, like that. Yeah. Yeah, and then that would reduce the number of expensive speed modules you needed to make.
Yeah, true.
Now you'd want to probably do this just to get the inputs touching appropriately. Yes. I mean, it doesn't technically matter, but it will cause headaches when you try and put pipes in manually later.
Yeah, they're all. Yeah, and I prefer to have them all the same way around. Like if I just change one side. That, because then you've got a simple pattern down the side for your inputs.
Yes, but on the flip side,
so now if you try and place the pipes,
you can't place the pipes manually because it'll think that you've got different fluid systems joined together. Whereas if you do that, you've only got matching fluid systems joined together.
Fair enough. I have not encountered that issue before.
You've not played space exploration very much then.
That's fair. I mean, I always leave a one-tile gap between fluid inputs and outputs anyway, just as standard. Just in case I want to finagle another pipe in there or whatever.
Right. I mean, yes, you've got enough range on the beacons that you could have a gap in there, so that would be acceptable. Yep. You could put them like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
But yeah, it's doable. No reason why not.
So, Mike, do you want to have some ratios for me?
Right. Where was I?
So, for a full copper belt in, like a red belt, you need 6 chemical plants.
I have 8.
This is going to be the weird and difficult part of this.
With what productivity modules you got in there?
Prod 2.
With prod 2. Okay, yeah.
And speed, 1 beacon with speed 8 speed.
Here, that'd work.
Yep. Okay, so because I've got the speed 3s and the prod 3s, that's presumably got different stats, which is why I've got
I
different
can
numbers.
change that. Give me a second.
I think that's an
Are you
acceptable
using
level of
Factory
horrible.
Planner?
Yeah.
Yep, no, that's fair. I just never learned to use it.
There we go. Lovely. And then where does the uranium come out? Down here.
I mean, the honest truth is that if we were talking about individual tile savings, then there's probably 5 or 6 wasted tiles on spacing out the pipes the way I've spaced them out.
So, Mike, if you open the planner,
Mhm.
factory planner, do you see the copper S on the bottom there, on the left side? Or is it local for me?
It's local for you, I'm afraid.
Ah.
I'm gonna give myself radiation poisoning again.
Yeah, I think with the level 2
Take it away,
modules,
take it away.
they're on. That's a nicer ratio. That's nicer.
Right.
Symmetrical setup.
Dull.
I'll believe it.
So if you go for 2s, you need 6 chemical plants. Then 10. Oh no, this is the wrong machines. These ones, yes.
And down there.
Then yeah, 8.8. So basically 10 industrial furnaces without beacons even. If you want
That's
to
without
beacon
beacons.
yeah, that's without
Right.
beacons.
Then we need to make
if you
fuel
beacon
cells
it,
here.
it's 6.
So that means I need to put the
So
assembly
speed and
machine in.
oh no, I'm wrong. Give me a second. This machine.
There.
Oh no, you need
That's slightly bigger than
12.
I needed.
Sorry.
Never mind.
12. Okay.
Put that.
So
Oh. Fine, put it there.
and then 40 of the casting machines.
40.
There. And, oops. Nope, there. You are to make fuel cells. That's that one. I think that's everything I need, isn't it? Yes, it is. Well, it will be once all the bits come in, and then just carry on. Then I need undergrounds like this to take these through to where they need to be needed later. Probably not going to need that again. Right, so that's that problem.
Here.
It's not sorted, but I put in all of the infrastructure that's going to mean that it will come through and sort itself out eventually, and that we will eventually have all of the hot uranium brought in. We'll make the fuel cells, and we can start making the radiation facilities. So that's kind of sorted. Next one, laser facilities.
I had some errors. So it's
you need
6 chemical plants,
that's manageable.
16 industrial furnaces, and 51 casting machines.
6 industrial furnaces.
6, 16, 52.
6, 16, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Lasers. Laser turrets are and laser turrets are a pain to make as far as I remember. Laser turrets because they require look at all that stuff. Now I've got a lot of this stuff up here. The quartz I would have to make from stone, which would be a pain, but I've got steel, glass, electronic circuits, battery and small motors. But I think at this point I'm just gonna have, I guess I need to bring them up by rocket, and I sort of don't want to put them on the bus because it just feels like a mess and a nonsense.
Mike, have a look in Discord.
This one
I
is
see
happy.
the message, thank you.
We've got those being made.
You can import that in the factory planner on the top left.
Yeah, I haven't got the late game inserters yet. We've only got normal inserters so far. We'll get there eventually, but for now, no, not so much. So, yeah, do I actually have to bring laser turrets up en masse, or would it be easier just to carry those over by hand and chuck them into the machine? I feel like it wouldn't be easier to chuck them into the machine by hand. That seems like just generally a bad idea. So we're going to need to do this again. This time with laser turrets. And somehow finagle another belt through here, this one time with laser turrets on it, and somehow get those up to this blooming laser facility up here. I think I now see why I did this the lazy way and used bots in my last run for this this particular step. But I'm doing it properly this time, so we'll make it work. Oh, that's not supposed to be batteries. That's supposed to be laser turrets. those. In fact, laser turrets, not batteries.
Does factory planner show the minimum cut anywhere?
How many laser
it
facilities?
doesn't.
I don't know how many
Minimum
laser
cut.
facilities I'm going to need, to be quite honest.
And maybe you move us to
But
a
it's probably
different
going to
voice
be more than I
Yeah.
expect, and so I
Just gonna
think
do
I'd
that.
rather just do it properly. What else do I not need? So I've got my inventory. Those, basically. Right, and where do I want to punch through? It's going to be up here somewhere. It's probably about here. There's a gap. There's a suitable gap over there. Right. Okay, so these come from, well, 3 across. No, 3 across can just still get from here. So that can come up like this. There we go. And I'll link 2 belts in here together because there's bound to be something else I need up there at some point. And then we need a gap in the... So we need a splitter there. That, like that. I don't even know what's supposed to be on this belt. Oh, it's probably the batteries, isn't it? Yeah. And that like that. And you know what? Let's get rid of these optimization tech cards that I picked up earlier. Drop them onto the belt here, because conveniently. Yeah, true. Yeah, I'll have laser turrets brought up. That's what this is for. They'll be brought up by the from ground level and then put into a system of some sort up here. So we'll have that and that and that, and then crap, it doesn't fit. Put that there. No, that's going to be a 3. Would cause problems. Put that there, and then I can put a 3 in here, and that'll just work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But then I can't underground through that. I could go around here, this side of it. That's even worse. You know what? Let's do this. There we go. Lovely. Nothing at all wrong with that. Nothing at all wrong with that anyway, was there? No. That's perfect. I knew this area was going to turn into a bit of a mess at some point. I wasn't expecting it to be quite this soon, though, I have to admit. Nope. No, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to grab one of these and put it down here. Like that. And that. There we go. Lasers, just like that. I say just like that. They're not going to actually happen for a while because I still need to order them. Which means going back over here to my shopping list, saying I want to also bring in laser turrets, laser turrets, and 500, I guess. I don't know. Are the pipes not connected? Oh yeah. No wait. Where was it? Yeah, it was here. You're right. You're spot on. Let's go and fix that. It was a good idea. I just missed a step. There we go. Right, so that should be my laser turrets when they finally arrive. I did program them properly at this end, didn't I? I'm pretty sure. Yes. So laser turrets will pour down this belt and go up here. To be honest, I feel like I could probably put the batteries and the laser turrets on the same belt for the bus because they're going to be needed in very, very small quantities, but never mind. At least I managed to put in the splits here, so the next thing that comes along can be also sent up here. And so I'm also going to need to get these from here into here. That's going to be also going to be an interesting. And I honestly think the easiest way to do this is going to be like this. Bring them in like that. There we go. Now the laser turrets will fed in there, and we will make laser machines. Although, as I say, not until we've had the next rocket arrive. So, thinking of rockets, when will how far off getting another rocket are we? Because we got one quite a lot earlier in the stream, and we've not done a huge amount since then. This is now, yeah, a bit more than half full, nearly 2/3 full. Filling up with, oh, there's the laser turrets I requested. What was the other thing I asked for that was a bit weird and new? Got batteries there. So it wasn't that. Oh, yeah, it was hot uranium. Don't think we've got any hot uranium. No. Guys, we don't have any hot uranium.
No, we don't have much.
And we don't have it on the bus or available for the rockets.
We have made 414.
Okay, this might be a limiting factor for our research. I mean, that said, at the moment, I don't need a huge amount of it.
Marc was planning on doing Cobra-X at some point today.
Okay.
They're
So
off talking about something.
because I need, well, to make the radiation facility, I need 4 uranium fuel cells. So that means I need 8 uranium-235s for that. And then I'm going to need half a uranium-235 for every radiation data I produce. So, yeah, there's going to be a requirement for uranium-235, and that's without trying to do
You're
nuclear
requesting
power
it, are you?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Pretty sure
I'll set
we'll
it up
check.
so that some turns up for you.
Thank you.
99 enough?
It's enough. It'll get me started. I'll be able to make about 160 radiation research packs with that. But since I haven't got holmium yet either, it's immaterial, if you'll pardon the pseudo pun. Did I forget to miss another underground?
They have returned.
We have.
Don't think so. Maybe it's the one I fixed.
The factory planner.
What's happened here? Oh, okay. I saw a mixed belt and panicked, and then realised it was an output belt that hasn't been sorted yet. That's okay then. We are not doing research, I note. Let's do a mining productivity just for the halibut, and then we'll get some, and that'll get us a load of a bit of extra improvement on the core mining. Mechanical facilities are definitely going to be useful, so are growth facilities, but not right now.
We can do another mining prod.
Oh yeah, so we can. All right, let's get 2 of them. Although that requires imersite research packs, so they're the expensive ones. But yeah, it's still worth having.
The optimization, yeah.
Yeah. Hypercooling 2. Don't need that yet. Iridium. I mean, a lot of it is we don't really need that yet. What goes into a prod 4? Oh, vitamelange
No
extract.
worries, some
Nice.
beeping might start soon.
That'd be exciting.
Yeah, Laurence complained there that we don't have a surveillance wall in the southwest.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh, what's that?
Lawrence,
Heavy
you should know
rockets.
better than to complain
Nice.
about these things.
I wonder what a heavy rocket's like. I mean, will it take out a significant chunk of a biter nest in one go?
Science demands that you experiment to find out.
All right, I'll add it to the research list. Rocket cargo safety. We don't care about that because we're not using rockets really. Let's stick iridium processing in there because we're going to need that fairly soon. And while we're at it, might as well get those machines up and built. I'm largely doing this in order to get some research happening and therefore get resources being used and therefore get a rocket up a bit sooner. Especially if Tristan's gone and chucked some hot uranium in it for me.
Let's see, is that happening? Yes, there is 100 on its way.
Awesome. It's gone up since last time. Made another one.
Yeah. It was arriving just after I'd said 99.
Yeah.
Because Marc set up some uranium mines. So
Excellent.
processing is actually happening.
Energy catalog. Conductivity data is an electromagnetics facility. An electromagnetics facility. You know, I'm going to blow my nose and see if it helps me talk a bit more coherently. Or clearly, at least.
No, we just got 52 of these.
There we go. Right, see how that goes.
Wretched machines.
So, yes, EM machines. That's one of these. So where am I building at the moment? Am I going to need more stuff along here? I'm going to need holmium, but that's going to come across right at the bottom. Oh, I'm going to need machines to plate the holmium, I think. So we'll put them in here. One of them for now. That can be brought in along the top here because this is only going to be needed in this local area. Ooh, I'm building on an asteroid. How fun. EM facilities can therefore go here. Let's try that again and actually read the error that pops up this time, and just that. Okay, so that's that one. And it was EM facilities for two of the ingredients for this. So let's put that in as well. I may condense these up a little bit when it's done. I might not. I haven't decided yet. But I'm just going to sort of sketch this out first and see how things go. Okay, apparently I will leave a little bit less of a gap there because I've run out of room. I will also probably need to put in another one of these, like that. Goes about there. That's going to be tricky, of course. So I'll put in some of this. Oh, I'm in funny business mode. Yeah. There we go. And that goes there. And I suppose we better power everything because otherwise it'll just complain at me. I'm really looking forward to getting big pylons. In fact, how out of reach are they? They're out of spelling reach. Pylon substations are behind... Energies 2 and Astro 1. That's not that far off, actually. It's not going to be a million years.
Energy 2 on top of what we're currently planning.
Yeah. And in fact, the pylons, those are just those have the long range but not the coverage, are just Energy 1 and Astro 1. So, yeah, that's another one where I'm going, I just want ever so slightly more.
I've discovered the problem with trying to do this with a beacon in the middle for the chemical plant is because you need dirty water coming out and you've got two inputs, which is just going to make this horrendous on the spaghetti front for pipes.
Okay. How horrendous? I mean, it might be worth it.
Ask me again in a few minutes.
Okay. Okay, so you are doing lightning data. You are doing... What is that? Electromagnetic field. Okay, it is a magnet. That's fair enough then. You are not built yet, so you're not doing anything. But you will. Oh yes, you will. So I'm going to rotate that round so we've got the that on the inside. And then actually the best way to do these is you just have one of these coming out. You have one belt coming out here with the outputs on it. What else do you need? Oh, and you need a bajillion things though. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, no, those can be fed in on the all up one side and then have the actual science come out in the middle. That's fine. We can do that. Make sure the electronic circuits and the copper plate are on the inside one because they're the ones we need more of. That's fine.
Does anyone know where core miners are made?
No.
Oh, yep, found them.
Yep.
I'm upping the production amount of them. I'm also upgrading this yellow inserter to green.
I have to admit, large numbers of core mining drills is not something I expected to need. Oh, this is ion stream. Okay, so we'll like that.
The issue is you want a large number at once. You don't need a large production rate of them.
Oh, you're up increasing the total that'll be made.
Yeah.
Right, rather than the speed they're made at. Fair enough.
I'm doing both because I've been waiting for them to be made.
And you're impatient, which is fair enough as well.
Okay,
right, so we need to bring in ion stream at the top of this one. That's somewhat annoying. What do you make ion stream in? Probably it's going to be a particle accelerator or something like that, isn't it? Ion stream is made in a particle accelerator. Hey, I was right. I don't think we're making particle accelerators yet. We're only making plasma generators, which is these bunnies. So I don't think we started making particle accelerators yet. So I need to go off and do that. That's another thing that's going to go onto this stack. But that's okay. I mean, that's what this stack is for. It's quite literally is here for me to put in all of the get all of the machines being made in a reasonably close together place, because as I say, a lot of the stuff that's needed, there's a lot of overlap between it. Yeah, there's extra things you need to bring in, like these things for the radiation facility, and then sometimes you need a tank, sometimes you need something random, but most of the time it's not too bad, and there's a certain amount of overlap between what's the main things that are required, so it's a lot easier to have it coming off this sort of mini bus going up this way. And to some extent, this is almost a mall in and of itself. In fact, this is the mall part of it. The rest of it is making things that are needed in larger quantities, perhaps, like the scaffolding and the belts and stuff. That comes straight off the main bus down here. But then all of these, we don't need these in particularly large quantities, so we can just do it from here. What was that? It's a particle accelerator I wanted. And that is, there you go. Then that's all bog standard stuff. So it's blue circuits from here, low density structures from here. All right, maybe I need to put these out onto this. It needs accumulators again. Maybe I need to put them out onto their own row going up here. But again, then assembly machines and heat shield tiles. So nearly all of this is on my minibus, and the stuff that isn't is not far away and can be easily claimed. So that's for this. What's that even for? Oh, that's going to be for the blue circuits. Because that goes there. Extend those up there like that, and we're going to need to power everything, because of course we are. Everything needs power, which is fair enough, really. Let's put those in like that, and then we still need the accumulators, so let's put in some more this along here. There we go. And I'm going to need a bit more than that around here just to get them out and put them into the right place. So put a bit more of that.
It's not happy.
Exerter here. Belt will run from here like this. That. There we go. Lovely. Ish. Once that gets built, it'll be lovely anyway. There's a lot of... I am actually quite surprised how many accumulators all of the space stuff gets through. I hadn't realised it was anything like so many, and I don't know whether that's changes that were made in 0.6 or whether it's because I did everything, but I did stuff more by bot in 0.5 because dirty hacks and stuff. We're making those things, particle accelerators. I don't think I'm going to need 60 of those. Let's just make 10 at a time because I think they're big and expensive. I'm also going to need to get this, finagle this through here somehow. So let's put a bit of underground in here. Like that. I can have that and that and that and that. There we go. There, accumulators. Lovely. It's going to take a while to fill this belt up, but it's just a bit of resources. I don't care. I know Mike's going to grumble or something at me, but I still don't care.
That's all right. I'm
used to me.
Trying to make a fractionally more compact.
I hope not, Marc.
Have a look at the spaghetti going on here with the belts, and this is far from finished.
Which
just at the top, just at the very top.
All right.
So I can't move the. I technically could move the bottom two chemical plants down one tile before they'd be outside range. Actually, one tile, two tiles. 2 tiles. But I've got to rotate them all at different angles to.
Yeah. Yeah, the bit where the kinked pipe feeding the water through is slightly upsetting. But yeah, I can see what's going. Actually, I have
the idea there is that the sulfuric acid can then bound under it.
Yeah.
Or around it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yes, I see what's going on here, and yeah, it's indeed some pipe spaghetti. Yes, well done.
Yep. Well, if you space it out a little bit more and just accept the cost of an extra beacon and a few extra modules.
But where's the fun in that?
It looks better. It looks a lot better if you don't have spaghetti everywhere.
Yeah.
Alt tab and look at what chat's saying. Talking about laser facilities. Yeah.
Mike.
Marc.
You are gonna need to have the inserters output to both sides.
Chat is
Of the
talk
belt?
about the noises I make when I blow my nose, and I'm pretty sure I muted the microphone
Because
before I
we
did
were
that.
at
I certainly intended to, and if I didn't, I apologise.
Yeah.
Yep, you are
Because-
quite right. I will be brutally honest and say that right this second I haven't worried too
20,
much
jeez.
about that. I've just
I mean,
been
it was
thinking
a
about the...
question you asked specifically.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
the
Yeah,
speed
no,
modules in there for the
it's
time
a
being.
good point, well made. It's just that right now I'm thinking about the belts, and then I will. I mean, hang on. What's the
Please do not make
that
that
one?
point
Not that
again.
one. That one? Not that one. That one? Not that one. What's the button to change whether? Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
Found it.
more than twice as fast. That'll have to
Fixed
do.
it.
Right, and of course those things are
Yeah, 'cause
massive.
the near side.
So I'm going to need to
side.
remove those. Then I'm going to want to put in one of those, one of these, because well, that's why I made it. It's going to need a supply of plasma, of course.
There we are.
I wonder what else it needs. I can't remember. Let's have a look. Ion stream again. Rare metals and plasma stream. Okay, that's not too bad. So we'll bring in a supply of rare metals here. Because well, I don't think I am bringing them up actually just yet, but I can do sooner or later. We'll have the plasma stream obviously will happen there, and so if we get rid of this one downwards, and probably potentially upwards as well for anywhere else it's needed, if I put in a second machine up here, then we can have this coming out here. Like that. We need the the plasma coming in over here. Now we've got a pipe of plasma, probably plenty of plasma pulsating periodically, probably. Oh no, I haven't even brought that out yet. Great. Orange
Genuine
there.
question. How much do we care about the cost of one beacon?
It's not so much the beacon as all of the modules that go in it.
How much do we care about the cost of 8 T2 modules?
I was going to say, I'm
The
aware
thing
that's-
is, we then go in and go, oh, actually, let's upgrade this to tier 4. Let's upgrade this to tier 5.
No, not if it's like a well-balanced design as Mike is doing it currently.
Well, no, because we'll still want more productivity if we possibly can. Even if
Yeah, but I think then we'll just redesign the whole thing, right?
potentially,
At least I would.
or at the very least, more likely, what we'll do is we'll rebuild it with wide area beacons and redesign it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. At which point, yeah. I genuinely think that given the scale that we're working at, it's fine.
But don't you find it satisfying to build a design that's as efficient and effective as possible?
Yes. But this is where we come back to our long-running minor conversation about the definition of efficiency.
Yeah. Time versus parts.
Is it efficient? So
versus sanity.
if you remember the rocket race, Marc's design was by far the most efficient design. It wasn't even by a little bit. It was by so much. I don't have words to describe how much more efficient it was than the next place. But we'd had to wait about 400 years for it to run. Is that efficient? That's the
Yeah,
Is
it
it
depends
really
on what
when
you're
you-
measuring efficiency on. I
exactly.
I understand that.
Yeah. And utilization of time is a definite. My project management hat says that's a cost driver. Marc will know what I mean with that.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, I would rather build a factory that is maybe 5% less efficient on space and 10% less efficient on cost, but works in 1/10 of the time.
Yeah. It is an acceptable intention. I am not going to poo-poo it. Of course,
I mean, that
sometimes
said, I've kind of got my
it's
teeth
fun
stuck
to
into
make something ludicrously complicated just for the challenge of it.
Who would do such a thing? I mean, like a no belts run in the rocket race, for example, or a no pipes run.
I hate you.
Well, I don't know how much chat knows about this one, but I did sort of, double dare Tristan into doing that. I just sort of guilt tripped him into just going ahead with it, even when he knew it was a bad idea.
Yeah, it was very obviously a terrible, terrible idea.
But was it fun?
Yep.
It was entertaining. I'm not sure I'd describe it as fun, but it was sufficiently entertaining that I'm not actually.
You don't regret doing
particularly
it.
upset. Yeah.
If it was
You're
that
fully
bad,
aware-
then you would have just refused to carry on and given him and said, "Not doing this. Screw this."
Yeah.
Especially as nobody knew you'd been double dared into doing it.
Exactly.
I knew.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Right, how much of this am I missing now?
We don't care about aesthetics, right?
Oh, I'm putting in 9.
I do.
In fairness, so do I, which is weird because usually I'm the technical one. There we are. That is horrific pipe spaghetti, but it works.
I mean, that can be aesthetic as well.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't enjoy a nice warm plate of pasta? We should probably go and have a look at what.
You
Yeah,
and I
chat
didn't stop
says
being
the goal
friends,
is to
right?
fit as much as possible into the smallest possible footprint.
Nah, space is infinite.
Not up there, it isn't. Well, it's infinite but expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all our resources are free. I refer you to our previous conversation, QED.
These casting machines look weird when they're not doing anything.
Yep.
In fact, they look weird when they don't have an alt icon over them as well.
Wait, these don't need exerters. It's a fluid output. That's just me absent-mindedly and automatically going down the belt route.
Yeah, at least they
Oh, I
don't
could've probably
produce
just-
slag
I
or
could've-
something like that that you then have to deal with in the same way you deal with scrap and stuff like that.
I've already even got an output pipe for all that.
Are they placeholder graphics? I thought. Yeah, I know he's working. Well, I don't. Actually, that's a K2 thing, isn't it? I don't know anything like as much about how K2 development goes. But yeah, it could well be placeholder graphics. That would make a certain sense. Right, you are making blue clouds. You are also waiting for rare metals. So that goes there. We then need to do another massive expansion of the what do you call it? Space scaffolding. That's quite a big brush, that'll do. Boom. Of course, my bots then go out and try and put down most of it. I think I'll have to go all the way down. Try that again, with less fail. It's going to have to go all
Marc.
the way down to the bottom here.
Yes.
Because I don't
I
think
like
this is
the
a thing we have.
the
yet.
4x4 balancer you've got on the plastic to the station. It's it's technically huge, just because it's all the bits of it are just spread out all over the place. But it works completely fine. I was just checking why we were suffering for plastic, but it's being produced. I think it's just by still running from the
Oh yes, there's the output
coal
splitters.
starting.
Yep. Probably.
Not splitters. Yeah, splitters. Oh, yeah, and there's the middle. Is that the middle one? No, it's
I'm
not.
actually not sure if I build that.
No, I don't. That isn't a correct balancer. I
No.
don't think.
I think that's probably Mike did
wait.
something to improve something there. Maybe
Uh,
maybe it is.
added
Maybe
modules
it
or something.
Whereabouts?
Plastic at the oil.
The four-way. Which four-way splitter? Oh,
The plastic.
The whole thing is a gigantic
Basically-
four-way splitter.
thank you. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that was me. Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
now
it's making sure it's
confidence.
balanced.
Mike, damn.
So
Yeah,
better
it's-
control. Better check it.
I was looking
all
at
of
it
the-
initially because I was thinking, hang on, how's it guaranteeing that it's working? But then, yeah, the belts are swapping over.
Oh yes.
in the
It's
middle.
all the components that you require to make a four-way 4-to-4 splitter work,
Yeah,
but
just they're
spread out
scattered
over a massive area.
Madman has pointed out that the casting machines do quite literally have placeholder written on the front of them.
They do, yes.
I,
But you'll note if you look at them very closely that they are scratched in a really sort of cool way, rather than just
oh yeah. Yes, it works with the with it looks right. It looks like they've had something written on them. Yes,
Yeah.
but it's but they do all say placeholder on them. It's quite cool. I have no idea, Tickle. I just zoomed in, and that was as far as it zoomed. This is as far as it'll let me zoom in. I don't know why I'm special.
It might be a sandbox thing. I know you're
Nope,
just
I
doing
seem
it
to be able
there.
to zoom in just as far in normal. Don't know. Lol. Yes, yes, it's final production ready placeholder text rather than just being a placeholder. You're quite right.
Yep. There we are.
What does I
and
need? Oh yeah, rare metals. That one.
Boxes.
Not that one, therefore. All the way over to here somewhere. And I need to ask for some rare metals to come up in the next rocket. And that should be enough to sort of, fill the rocket up a bit more at least.
There we go.
Let's have.
There is a
5,000 of
horrific
that.
design for you.
Is my rocket ready? Or how ready is my rocket? Just look the other way
Are
around.
rare metals even rooted in?
Probably not. No, don't think they are.
I can do that because I'm waiting for
Okay.
stuff to
Yeah, that'd be handy. Thank you.
arrive in my rocket.
It's 2/3 full, so you've got a little while. And there's going to be rare metals on the bus somewhere, isn't there? So it shouldn't be difficult. Oh,
Yeah.
here we go. Oh, that turn was just to sort of for when things go horribly wrong. So you don't have to tidy up too much stuff. That's quite a sensible preparation.
It's so that I can place the splitter in without filling up. What's the name?
Another belt.
The system with junk.
Oh, yeah. That's basically what I was getting at.
We got rid of all the infinity
Plug.
stuff.
Twitch has stopped showing me my own stream. That's nice of it.
Still seems to be working for me.
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly clearly working because chat has been chatting. So, not worried about it from that point of view. Just, what do you reckon? What are the chances that's in the right place? This is a bottom one. It's not in the right place. I can't count.
This is the bit where I now upset Mark with my oil setup. So I made more than one blueprint.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, okay, this isn't actually the bottom one. This is the penultimate one. Right, that's where I went wrong.
I
So,
just
up
wanted to
here.
say I trust you, but I do
But
not.
you're wiser
Couldn't
than
say
us.
it.
Yeah, this one is just completely freeballed. It's like, yeah, you know what? It'll be fine. It'll work. A bit of empirical testing, sure it doesn't jam.
What's the worst that could happen? He seemed to say.
Yeah. Right. Let's blueprint
I
this.
really need to change my keyboard shortcuts for making these things bigger and smaller because it takes forever to make a really, really small brush after you've made a really, really big brush.
I think I tend to use copy paste. But you can't place it by hand then.
You can't copy paste random chunks of scaffolding because you can't copy it, can you?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, you can.
As long as you're not selecting
As
anything
long as
else.
there's nothing else there, then yeah, okay, you can. All right. May have to start
Also,
doing that.
even if there is other stuff there, you could still do it through the blueprint creator.
True. Yes. Right. There's my raw rare metal. No, not my raw rare metals. My cooked rare metals. This is plasma streamed. Good.
Yes,
So
those
this-
are going into the rocket now.
Excellent. Right, that's going to be this type of data being made. It's not. I've got a little bit out of sequence here. I think. This requires the raw rare metals in here as well. That's
Oh no.
Acceptable.
Also,
but
still not
it's
raw rare
great.
metals, I assume.
No, still not raw rare metals. No. Did I? Is that what I said?
Yeah.
Take what I meant. It's also going to need memory cards, isn't it? Yes, it is. Let's do this down here. Then I can do that. In fact, could I move those closer together so they can share an input belt? In fact, yes, I could. If I just brought the, in fact, if I just bring the belt up here, like that. It's kind of weird, but it might work. That's by what might I mean will. Do that. This is probably going to run into throughput problems due to using red inserters, but never mind. We'll see. That could be a future Laurence's problem. Okay, that links already. Excellent.
You don't like that guy, right?
He causes no ends of problems.
Not as many as past Laurence.
That's past Laurence.
Yeah, true.
Right, so I also need to deal with this coolant. I'm getting there gradually. So right, we've got this is the warm stuff coming out. Where's the warm stuff? You're a warm stuff. Boom. Boom. Oh no, I'm gonna have problems with that because I need to bring it down from here as well. I've lost it. There we go. So it comes down to there. This one does the same. So that's conveniently in the right place. What are the odds? 1 in 6? 7? 1 in 7. Never tell me the odds. Which one are you? You're that cold one. Oh, this is going to be awkward. Spaghetti pipe. Oh. Was that 5? No, it's still into 4. 3. No. Ah. What was that? Was that a 7? No, it was 9. Pipe spaghetti, or pipe? Not. It's not. I was gonna say it's not spaghetti. It kind of is, but it's mostly just pipe awkwardness because of them trying to link up to each other when they get too close. When they're close together, and the remembering. What do you mean mixed? Why has that got connected to the? Where has that got connected to the orange goo system? How and why and where and what? They're not connected, are they? Because this doesn't go beyond here. This... I've got some pipes linked somewhere, and I don't know where. Ah. It is a little bit like the so there's an element of that in there. The trying to measure out 4 liters when you've only got a 3 liter and a 5 liter jug. Those are some big jugs if you're using liters. Oh, is it, no, I'm not in Navsat at the moment, and I can still zoom in for miles, so it's not that. Hey Origin, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining, newcomer. Wow, exciting. I like it when new people join. Oh, it's because all these machines along here are too close together. So if I do that, is that right? Yeah, that and that. Now there's only one thing in there. There we go. So there was no problem before because I was putting everything down with the Navsat, but then I was actually trying to put some pipes in manually, so it was complaining. Right, but I fixed the problem now. So, where was I? Ah, yes, this is supposed to be being linked into here. That was the difficult bit that was making my brain hurt. So I'm just gonna have to do this, which is kind of horrific, but also inevitable. The alternative would be to shift this across one, have it go under here, and then have the pipe come up here and loop around and go through here. But that's almost as bad, possibly worse. Or just come down here and jump across here. That might be slightly less painful, actually. Let's do that.
Well, I've just had a quick thought. Tristan,
Hello.
I'm putting stations in for copper,
Slightly worse. Slightly less bad, sorry.
for a smeltery up here.
Yep.
Prioritization of copper.
So we'll want to do something that's basically the same as the iron priority. So if you look over here,
Yep, you've got...
put some
Go.
stations just like that, but called copper smeltery prio.
Gotcha. Yep, makes... I've put this in the
Do you really? I don't think there is enough space for copper smelting there, right?
Yeah, there isn't. Yeah,
Um,
there would have been, apart from the
around to the right,
massive
yeah,
stack of stations required.
Yeah, it could go up here. That'd be slightly
we want-
less sticky out.
But you're not just going to go up into that sea.
It's not a point on the bus
Yeah,
I'm
it's
using.
still...
so
I mean,
I
I
still need to...
I was just about to liberate like this whole area here.
So is that everything? No, data cards. Is that data cards or is that no? That's machine learning.
Where's that?
Data cards, data cards.
Yep.
Data
I mean, that's
cards.
also usable. There's a lot of usable space in fairness. I mean,
Yep.
another option would be there, or there's shed loads of space. Yeah, we're really not
Data cards too.
that
Yeah.
badly spaced.
Here, I
Or
guess.
there's 8.7 million copper there, 5.1 million there. Actually, there's quite a lot of copper down in that direction.
There we
Yeah,
go. It's
for
data cards. So
example,
that one.
that
This is also
small
going to
area.
require data cards. This is going to
Oh
require
yeah, that's just
two
been
belts
noticed.
going into it because it's so many inputs, and that's going to be fun to spaghetti in over here. But never mind. That's what this game's all about, really, isn't it? It's a spaghetti simulator 20 whatever year it came out. Which is quite a long time. Well, it depends what you count as when it came out, I guess, because it's been out in a way for quite a long time. But yeah.
Was that sufficient answer for you, Mike?
Right, so it's green surface copper and
Yes,
Holmium
thank
and
you.
data cards. So
There'll be train setup stuff afterwards, but
Yeah, but we
just
and
basically copy what Mark's done.
Yep.
no, not there. There. Let's do this again, but put that in the right place. Not it really matters, but I feel like I should probably try and be tidy.
I've just found a really interesting defect.
Ooh.
I've done a
Is it totally
deconstruction
unturnable?
planner. There we go. No, it's not. It's a so you know curved rail isn't technically the same as straight rail.
Yes.
Because of the curve.
Eyo. Yeah, it's historically used to have to manufacture curved rail separately,
Yes.
which means it actually has different game data, etc. I did a deconstruction planner for just rails because I didn't want to just drag over this whole area and pull up 400, tons of trees.
That's a different there.
Ah,
Yep.
okay.
Calling it a bug in fairness is possibly a little bit harsh. But yeah, the deconstruction planner doesn't recognise curved rail if you just put in rail.
I did not know that. I don't use filtered deconstruction planners very often. Not because I hate them or anything, just I don't know, I just don't seem to use them very much.
Yeah. In fairness, I usually only use them for very specific reasons. Like if I want to remove all the power poles out of something first and then the rest of whatever it is.
Yeah, I know. I do use them occasionally, but not very often, and so I don't think I've ever used them for rails, and therefore not noticed that. Not actually really a bug.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, in fairness, I rarely build railworld stuff on this sort of scale, but then again, I don't usually play modded stuff on this scale.
Yeah, I suppose if you don't build massive rail areas, you don't really need to. You'll never need to remove a large chunk of rail carefully.
Yep.
Oops.
So yes, no, it's just an interesting thing. I
Yeah.
know exactly why it is the way it is. Yeah, it's just an interesting one to encounter. Right, let's find some different space to cause chaos with.
Chaos. Chaos, 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 chaos.
Or I could always leave someone else to do it. There is
Why
always that
powerful?
option.
That's a good point, actually. I don't know why I'm not using substations, to be quite honest. Because I've got a load of power poles and I just haven't really switched over. No actual sensible reason, I'm afraid. I really should be using substations because they are just generally better for the sort of things I'm doing at the moment. They would be much better. Yeah, I don't have a reason, I'm afraid. I think the main reason actually is that I don't have any up here. It's not a good reason because I could bring some, but it is a reason. It's the best I've got for you, I'm afraid. Oh, all my bots are charging. Which is no, there's still, I say all charging. There's still 330 of them available.
Oh, my rocket's full.
Ooh,
Ah, yes, we have a plastic
don't want to hear.
shortage.
Yeah, that was
Holmium.
caused by copper versus coal
Ingots,
situation.
specifically. There we go.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
And
If it
down
wasn't in
here,
Lawrence's video, it doesn't count.
oh, my videos are the source of truth now, are they?
Yeah. It's a
At
good
least when
point.
it's convenient for you.
Yep. Yeah.
Do you reckon
Right.
we have a real shortage? So
Yes.
we should improve something there?
It's just through. Well,
Batteries.
it more has to do with the fact that train will always go to
Laser turrets.
the low density structures first.
Yeah.
And if that, I mean, the sort of science is happening right
Oh,
now.
Okay, Origin.
If
Well,
that
thanks
can
for
get
watching,
through
and
them,
see you next week.
Our
Origin.
usage rate has risen dramatically since the start of the stream,
yes. Although if
or
we were
end of last stream.
throughput locked because it was not producing because of a contaminated belt, that
Three,
wouldn't
four.
surprise
No,
me.
no, no. As in, before that,
Yeah, there we go.
it had gone up, and we were basically topping out on its
I
production
need to go
rate.
make some red warehouses.
Okay.
So, yeah, more is probably a good idea.
More is always the right amount of stuff. Right, so I need to make red warehouses. That means warehouse and red circuits and green circuits. So that's red circuits and green circuits and warehouses, red ones specifically. And then I can just ditch them into my like that, and then that one will get placed. I'm still quite pleased with the sorting system that runs through here. I know I've talked about it about 10 times over now at various stages of when we've been doing things, but I'm still pleased with it. Falling off the world. Don't do that. So I need to now link that in with a green cable to there. Bunk. And it'll just start emptying all the nonsense out, much like this. All the stuff that shouldn't be in... Well, all the stuff that should be in the storage system, but shouldn't be in the... Ooh, the rocket... I can tell the rocket's just arrived because there's a massive block of lasers working its way down the bus. Oh, and the raw... And the... Not the raw. And the rare metals have arrived as well. They arrived slightly sooner. And I've actually just straight up filled the pipe lane on the bus for them, which is excellent. That's what we like to see. So presumably we are, and yes, we are now making blue clouds. Hurrah! Oh, and we've made some. We've made our first handful of pinky purpley data cards. Not catalogues yet. We're not that far on, but we've made the pinky purpley things.
Wait.
And that didn't even require holmium. Is someone off getting holmium? I don't remember where that got to.
I have a rocket that is now completely full for stuff, ready to do that.
Right. Okay. So no, but you're working in the general direction of, which is
Yeah, I'm
also pretty
currently emptying this rocket on Dracket out of uranium, or because there's no point having it in here, and then I'm going to launch over there.
cool.
I need more stuff, but the rocket at the other end is full, so I can't have more stuff yet.
Is
Right.
someone having a work through of the plastic? Is it, are we making any more?
Not I.
No, not currently.
Okay.
Maybe it's time for a dedicated
Oh, heck.
plastic
Spray
build,
reports.
like a plastic town.
Oh, no, don't build more.
Funny you should
bloody
mention
red
that.
cables.
If you turn your attention to the blueprint planner.
Ooh, that was not linked in either. Ah. That's the
I know
big
exactly what you're going to say.
big problem with this system.
Okay.
And this
Yeah.
is why I have an excess of, oh dear, I now have a massive excess of all of the sort of the generic building materials that were in the bottom warehouse, because I didn't, oh, and a lot of, oh dear. Oh well, never mind, it'll all get used up eventually.
Did you do some ratios for that, or?
Nope.
Oops, don't tell anyone.
Not at all for this one.
They're not wooden poles in
Okay.
space. I am using the advanced ones. Sorry, the intermediate, the medium ones, the ones that are made out of steel and copper. These aren't wood. These aren't wooden. That's not wood. That's it's slightly tarnished steel, presumably making the structure of it for the
Yeah,
medium
but
poles. I'm not using
if it
wooden
works, go
ones.
for it.
I'm not that masochistic.
Again, it's all tier 3 mods rather than tier 2s, but yeah.
Right now, I can start requesting. Oh, there's duff data dropping down.
Actually, tell I
Damn
did
it.
do some of the ratios thing. I worked out the ratio between petroleum production to plastic production. Coal import, that's the other thing I need.
Those ones go to the right.
There we go.
So where's my junk data card disposal? I know I've got a formatting area somewhere. Here it is. So it's this belt. Oh no! I put the Holmium belt in where the junk data card is supposed to go. Well, at least that's easy to fix because I haven't done anything with it yet. Actually, let's bring that down one further across, because that way, when I inevitably have more junk data cards coming from over here somewhere, I can bring them in the same way. Yeah, that, but in a way that makes sense. The Holmium plates, therefore, are going to have to go even higher up, and there isn't really room for that. It's going to have to be here. Sigh. No, not like that. Like that. Oh, I see. Yes. Okay. Yep. Good. That's a fair pun. Then I accept the joke you're getting at, saying that that substations don't grow on trees. Very good. I acknowledge your humour. So, yeah, fits. And so it's that one. Excellent. Right. There we go. That's where my Holmium is now going to find its way through, because everything else is getting a bit too crowded. Jeez. There's a couple of junk data cards in there. There's one of them. Yeah, give me that. Okay, that's all. Definitely all of them gone now. And I can just dump them straight back in there, which is really handy. Okay, so I'm now waiting for Holmium for that first one. Don't worry though, I'm not short of things to do at this point. I've now got the radiation
Good, 'cause you're not
science
getting any.
and the I hope I am at some point, or I'm going to be off in the Beryllium world by the time it arrives. So I've got conductivity data. That's the one that's waiting for Holmium, but is basically done. Good. EM data, REM. That's the one. That's the other one. This is the one that's actually running because it doesn't require Holmium. Nice. Polarization data. Okay, so I'm going to have to make multispectral mirrors. I might make these after this, just to limit the amount of belt nonsense I've got going on. Yeah, let's do that backwards. along with the other one. What was the other one? The other one was the radiation data, wasn't it? Yes, it was. And that's just that's trivial. So okay, so we'll do the radiation data, then we'll do the other one, then we'll do the mirrors. But first, we'll do the actual making of the science packs and the data card, science packs, I think. So here, this is going to be a coolant thing, not a plasma thing. So we'll make the science packs there, which means I'll then need to make the what's the other thing? The catalogs sort of next to it, and that's the bit that requires the computers, I believe. This is also going to require probably Holmium plate. We'll check this as it gets ready. Is this a part I can actually do at the moment? Yes, we have researched that. We've got that part of the science pack researched, I think. Haven't we? Energy science. Yeah, I think we must have done it, because I'm sure I thought about it. And I can't see it in the queue. So you are to be making... oh, no, we haven't. Wait, what? Yeah, we have. It's there. So what do you make an energy catalogue in, then? An energy science pack in? Oh! That's new. Right. Okay. So in either 0.6 or possibly in Krastorio, there is a research server and an advanced research server, which are the machines that build the actual science packs themselves. Might be an SE 0.6 as well, of course. Who knows? So that's different. And oh, the catalogues are made in them as well. So instead of being computers for that, it's now research servers. Okay. Well, that's different. Oh, and I forgot about the incriminating data. No, the what's it called? The insinuating data. Significant data. There we go. I forgot. I'm going to need to make those as well. And those are made in. So those are made in computers. Right. Okay. Okay. Well, it's off to build the research machine then. The.
Are we making beacons anywhere?
I don't think so.
I haven't made beacons anywhere.
Okay.
That's the equipment gantry. Stop looking at that quarry drill. Wouldn't they be with the computers or something? Not with the computer. I can't find the damn. I can't remember what they're called either. Here we go. Research server. Processing unit, steel beams, and space assembly machines. Okay, that's okay. I can do that. Right, up here then. Yet another. Yet one more of these bunnies in here. If the construction bots could arrive and just build that for me, that'd be nice. And now we'll need a machine off to the side that's making the actual steel beams, because I don't have them on the bus. So one of these. And I don't think it's worth putting them on the bus when I can just have a side fitted construction machine, assembly machine like that. We'll put that there, because then we can do an underground like. No, we can't. Put this up here, out of the way, because then we can put this in here, and we can have that go underneath there, and still be able to get the stuff into this machine like that, which wasn't going to happen before. I'll put that there. I don't need that, actually, come to think of it. I can just put that one there, and then have an underground like that, which feels... It's functionally equivalent, but it feels slightly nicer, and makes me sort of think maybe I should be doing that down here as well. It's cheaper as well, because I don't have to use a splitter. Okay, so we'll do that. We're going to need to feed that in there. So it was... Research server, that one. Steel beams, we're going to make there, and these ones. There. Like that. No, you also going to have to go underneath that, and so are you. You are making steel beams, that one. And of course you all want power because you're hungry hippos. I mean, machines. So it's there and there. Right. And we're going to need more power up here as well, because of course we are. Let's be symmetrical and methodical and other ickles. Put those in there. We'll try and get this right this time. So you are doing the research servers, that's those things. CM20 seems like a number. That'll be fine. Go straight into that red chest. Right, there we go. That was really easy. You see, this is the sort of this is the bus system working as intended, and just making construction of all the additional machinery I need as easy as possible. Although it's notable that we are still very, very short of these accumulators, even though I've had this machine running at double speed for the last I don't know how long, churning them out as quickly as possible. It would be quite easy to put in an additional machine here that's just pulling off here and passing out that way, or even putting one of these in here and doing that. It's probably not necessary. I think we have a sufficiency of all the things we're waiting for it to build, that it builds at the moment, because we're storing them up in the chests. But it's interesting that this accumulator making machine just can't keep up. But yeah, never mind. Right, next. So yes, turns out we don't need that. What we actually need is one of these. Oh, yeah, not in the right mode. One of these. Oh, these are really small. Don't say it. I know you're thinking it.
That's what.
And owner's computer for the other part of it. Bacon. The supercomputer that's going to make the significant data is many times the size of the machine that's use it. No, the research servers. That's crazy. These things are tiny. Okay, so you're going to make the science pack. You're going to make the catalog. Because that's no wait, other way around. You're going to make the science pack. You're apparently going to make the catalogue because the other one's making the science pack. Yeah. Which means this belt goes up. Oh, it still requires coolant, even though it's a tiny, tiny machine. I mean, I suppose I should have expected that, out of just general pessimism. You're going to make those. Are they the same coolant? That'd be really... Yes, they are. Excellent. So I can just run this like that. In fact... Put them there. I'm really tempted to just run a pipe across here, so I only have to run one thing in here. I think I will. It feels kind of hacksy, but I don't care. Except, no, I can't do that, because I need to have two belts going into this machine, so we can't do that at all. This is going to have to just come straight out here, like this. Oh, that's nasty. Oh no, even for... Oh, haven't left enough room.
You want a silly idea?
I will always happily listen to a silly idea.
Sushi belt into a loader.
That is a silly idea. It's tempting, but I'm pretty sure it would go wrong. Right, so that can go like that.
Just have to logic it right.
Yeah, that's why I thought it'd probably go wrong. Okay. Oh, actually, now that I've done that, I can probably do this. How long? Oh no, these don't go very far, do they? Still, I can do that anyway. Right, and then we have a direct pass through here. I haven't looked at the time these things... That's the wrong way around. Time these things take to run. So this has a 10-second crafting time. This has a 5-second crafting time. So actually, technically, I need two of these machines feeding into one of these. What does this produce? Yeah, because it only takes on one energy catalogue. This produces 2 energy science pack 1s every 5 seconds. That's more than fast enough to keep our entire system satisfied. Because we don't need it faster than that. And it's a crafting speed of 1, so yeah, that should be fine. Yes, these supercomputers aren't too bad. They've just got a strip of red LEDs up the front, but the higher tier ones just have an entire galaxy pattern they draw on the front of them. And you're right, that can't be good for the processing power. Russia has used wood in re-entry heat shielding. Nice.
Well, that was Japan.
I can neither
Oh, in
confirm nor
re-entry
deny.
heat shielding. Oh no, sorry, beg pardon. Re-entry heat shielding. Yeah, the cork. The Americans used cork for a long time. I don't know if they still do. It's surprisingly effective.
When you say they use cork, do you mean they just drop them on Ireland?
Mm-hmm. No, you want a material that.
Oh no, I believe you. I was just being flippant.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it's because you want a material that doesn't pass the heat through, but absorbs it well and burns away.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, most metals are really bad at that because they pass the heat through.
Mm.
And you heat shielding, you're trying to stop the person inside the capsule being cooked. Well, there was one Russian cosmonaut who there was some failure or other, I forget exactly what it was, with his re-entry capsule. And it meant that it was aerodynamically unstable, so it flipped around so the heat shielding was on the back.
That doesn't sound like where you want the heat shielding.
It was not. I mean, it was designed to obviously be the other way around. It's effectively entering in backwards.
Yeah.
He had a really rough time. He survived. Possibly one of the most unlucky events in terms of re-entry. So that happened. The RCS
You say unlucky, but
control,
you say most unlucky, but he did. But you also say he survived. So
yeah, most unlucky survivors.
okay.
The RCS tanks ruptured from the heat. So that's his reaction control system.
Yeah.
Which it bled. I say ruptured. They took damage. It bled poisonous. Basically poisonous maneuvering fuel into the life support system, which then was pumped into the cockpit with him. So the atmosphere he was breathing was slowly becoming toxic. And then obviously because all this had gone wrong, he was quite a substantial distance off course where he landed. So he landed it was somewhere in the middle of Siberia. If I remember right, it was somewhere with a
in the
very,
middle of
very low
Siberia is, I
population.
think, where they usually try to land them, but probably not that particular middle of Siberia.
Yeah, I might have got it. It was supposed to be the middle of Siberia, and he actually landed somewhere else. But either way, the sort of the punchline is that it was some phenomenal distance from the nearest civilization and settlement. He didn't know where he was. He was horribly injured and suffering from poisoning. And he had to survive for several days before they managed to get a rescue out to him.
That's a cheery story.
So, I mean,
I can see why you suggested he was one of the least most unlucky survivors.
Yeah, but he did survive. Yeah, went on to lecture about it in whatever the relevant institution was, where they were teaching new cosmonauts about how to deal with these things. And fun fact to this day, all of the escape pods on the International Space Station have firearms in them.
Oh yes, in case you need to shoot a bear after you land, or something similar.
Or go hunting for food, or yeah, if you land somewhere and the wildlife is not particularly friendly towards you, you have a way to defend yourself, or the locals, or you just need to eat. Yeah, you have a way of protecting yourself and or hunting, which is you sit there and you say that's one of the weirder things from films like Armageddon, where they take miniguns into space for reasons that no one really seems to explain, other than it's dramatically amusing. But no, they genuinely do that kind of thing. Not quite to that extent, obviously, but
Yeah, you probably don't need a minigun to scare off a bear.
I don't know. I'd be pretty intimidated if someone pointed a minigun at me.
You're not a bear.
Good point.
But he might be an angry local.
I can confirm I have been known to be an angry local on occasion.
Get off my land is pretty much top of things, Mike says.
Yeah. Yeah.
Accent and all.
When I get to your age, maybe.
No, then it's get off my lawn.
In fairness, I'm trying to think back about the last time I was a particularly angry local, and I can't really think of one.
What are you making? Oh yes, you're making the... Hang on. Wait, what? What's going on here? Oh, this is making... Huh? What am I trying to do here? So you need... Oh, I forgot about the energy insights. Damn it. There's 2 things needed to go into here. And I forgot the energy insights, but did tell it to make one. So I'm going to need a lot of energy insights. I need to have... Okay. This is getting spaghetti. This is temporary, therefore I don't feel too bad about making it a bit spaghetti. He says, I'm telling myself quite loudly, that is the case. What do you need apart from that? Oh, you just need coolant. Okay, that's alright then.
All those bots were going to me, Mark, and then I just realised you're standing next to me.
Would one of you people on Norvis mind making me a handful of storage warehouses, please?
When you say storage warehouses, as in the ones...
Yellow
Yellow.
warehouses.
Yellow, right, got you.
Yellow
Just
warehouse.
remote automate them. I mean,
Yeah,
Oh.
that's fine.
Balls. The catalogs are right over there.
Could do, but
Oh, this is getting worse and this is getting more and more spaghetti.
I wanted them relatively quickly.
Don't worry, Tristan. I'll help you. Ah, hang on. Wait,
Thank you,
I've
but I'm
got
also
them
concerned.
there. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
It'll probably be fine someday.
It's fine. It is going to be fine whether you want it to be or not. And I'm definitely not going to cause upset in the process. That one. No,
Are
not
you
that.
ripping up
No,
random?
no.
I'll do it quickly.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Why is it that we're hearing Mike saying, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, makes me more
Fine,
worried.
it's fine. It's fine. Oh wait, no, not those
How
ones.
many do you want?
Yellow ones.
Half dozen.
How many do you want
I think I'm
of yellow?
requesting 5.
Got it. I got it. Don't you worry, lad. Do not
Don't
worry.
panic,
Do
Mr.
not
Mannering.
panic your little head. Do not panic your
They
little
are in
head.
the logistic network.
Thank you.
I feel like I've actually done my viewers a bit of a disservice there because I didn't flick over to watch what on earth was going on in Mike's head.
Oh, I
That's
see
fine.
what he's done. Yes, you'll be very upset, Laurence.
Has he put them on top of the existing...
See if you can spot them where I am.
Oh.
Found them! Oh dear.
It's fine. I don't know what you're
No.
on about.
That is forbidden.
That was also going to be a warehouse, a chest full of storage warehouses. As well.
Finish limiting it before the game got a bit too out of hand.
Yes, it is a little bit of a shame that we've just got warehouses being built down here without any thought for later infrastructure, but...
We don't plan ahead.
Also, we seem to
Every
be...
so-
Warehouses seem to be being built as fast as it can possibly make them, and then all just being taken away by logistics bots.
Yes.
But also a
There are
lot-
reasons why I have limited faith in logistics systems. It's never, in fairness, the fault of the actual system itself, per se. It's usually the fault of the person who set it up.
Oh,
Why is
definitely.
it requesting 500 of those things? Oh,
There's a lot of wood and biomatter being flown around at the moment. Which, oh, I see, the wood is being put onto the bus. Okay.
Yep.
I did put in the text chat. I've been learning from Tristan, so I said, don't mind me, just automating the removal of the 35k creep from the warehouses of shame,
I see.
so that I don't have to do it myself.
Can I just point out that where it's being put over here, I noticed this when I was making the video as well, is a little bit weird in that it's being put into a blue chest and then put into warehouses, but there's no way for it to get from the warehouses to where it's actually being used. Currently that doesn't matter.
I just extended the system, mate. You are right. It is weird. It would make logical sense for this to be the case.
Yes.
Yeah.
And probably for that blue chest to be at the top of the pile as well, all passing down. Yes, we probably do have a warehouse of warehouses.
Yeah, given the way that.
I'm looking at the numbers. We certainly have no more than 452 of them because I can't see them in the list there. Oh dear. It gets worse.
Yeah, you're assuming they're not getting put onto a belt or into a steel chest or something.
I do assume that, yes, because, well,
Because what kind of maniac would abuse a logistics system like that?
yeah, basically yes.
Someone on Dracket, that's all I'm saying.
No one's on Dracket.
Yeah.
Where are
what?
you?
Aren't you?
Oh, you've gone to.
I'm on yours.
Oh,
You
just
have
standing
gone
there,
Yord, haven't
going
you?
twiddle, 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 waiting for stuff to come out
Yeah.
to you. Oh, dear.
Well, no, I'm waiting for the power stuff to actually sort itself out, but I also need more stuff for that.
Oh, you're down there. I see.
Have you
Right,
considered
okay.
putting trees in there to speed it up?
Putting trees in to get its kick to give it a kickstart.
There's enough wood at the
extremely-
moment.
extremely
It's
effective.
power to produce the oxygen and also actually putting some water in, because I hadn't requested that stuff before I ran out of rocket space.
I see. Prioritization is tricky.
Yeah.
Right, so I think that's going to make the science packs once it gets all the data cards, of which the data cards of which I have not made all of yet. Ooh, I should find which belt this is supposed to go onto. Yep, I should just fall off the world. Stop the world, I want to get back on again. Here we go. I don't know why I did this with the jetpack and me. It'd been easier to do this. It'll work quite well. Alright, there we go. Am I outside logistics network range again? Yes, I am. Let's get some more stuff because I've run out. Okay, so those are finished. This, I think, is right. I'll probably come back and find it's not later, but at the moment, I think it's probably. I think it's right at the moment. Apart from that, there not having any power. Put that there instead. There we go. That gets everything. So now I just need the other two data cards I need for all of this nonsense. Can carry on standing here and get all the supplies brought back again. Okay, let's extend this as well because I'm going to need a lot more space. How much of this is actually covered by the bots? Ooh, nearly all of it. Excellent. Right, I need this to get built a little bit more before I can really put anything else down. But this is going to be the nuclear facility and the other and the polarization. That was the difficult one, wasn't it? Because the laser facility, that part's fine, but I need to make the multispectral mirrors, which is blooming everything. There's another recipe for it as well. That's nearly everything as well, but also iridium instead of the steel and the heat shield. Needs more glass though. That's interesting. And no, sorry, less glass. I was looking at the wrong way around. So you replace some of the glass and the steel and the heat shielding with a couple of sheets of iridium, and it uses less lube as well, but more chemical gel. Interestingly, I don't know. I can't do that one anyway. I haven't got iridium. So we'll be using this recipe here. That's loads and loads of things coming in, but that's going to be a bit further off down the way. So we'll do the radiation one first because that's easy. And then, yeah, carry on from there. So, can I put this in yet? Yes, I can. Great. And we'll get power to it like that, because why not? Okay, so radiation facility. Did I pick one of those up earlier when I was fiddling around and moving things? No, I didn't. Let's do it from here then. Because I've got the radiation facilities being made now, I'm pretty sure. So we can put this here, I guess. None of that's needed. We can put that radiation facility in about here. We'll then put the laser facility in next to it. Bump, bump, bump. That's what next to means in this context, because then that can have this belt come down here and just go straight across here. They're probably, one of them is bound to output some scrap though, so I'm going to need to do that slightly differently. But that'll get me the 2 extra data cards, and they just go straight onto this belt here, and they'll go in there. So we are also going to bring in uranium something or others here, I think. I think it's just straight up uranium and memory cards. Over here, we're going to need to bring in memory cards and whatever else you need for making the and the mirrors, and if anything else, if there was anything else, I can't remember. We'll check that in a minute. That's going to be like this, nice and straightforward. When these buildings finally arrive, anyway. And then we'll see what else is required. So you are making me some radiation data. You are not here yet. What else can this machine do? Okay, you can do all of the... Yeah, this is, of course, this is how you do all of the nuclear stuff up in... and all of the Coverexy type stuff as well up in space. Nice. But now I actually want you to do that. And I want you to do that. Oh, it requires thermofluid. Great. And produces all kinds of rubbish on the way out. How about you? What's the rubbish? Oh, that produces the uranium. Oh. Right, okay, this is not as simple as not quite as simple as I was hoping. A little bit of extra finagling is going to be required here. I guess we bring out the uranium here, and it's hot uranium. At least it doesn't turn the U238 the U235 into U238. That'd be incredibly frustrating. Can you imagine? Junk data cards and full-on actual scrap will come out here as well. Junk data cards, yes, and actual scrap is... Where is actual scrap? Let's search for it. Don't know why scrap finds imersite crystal, or why scrap finds space transport belts. It's just normal scrap, isn't it? Not dirty scrap? Yeah, good. So here we are going to have uranium brought in from this side, because that way I can merge it with this. Wait, that won't work. Yeah, that'll work. Kind of. I mean, this won't, because this is in the way. Get rid of that. Have to put this in. Let's put this in here instead. It's not quite as convenient, but it'll have to do. There, maybe? So now we can say... get rid of that. Now we can say input priority is the right-hand side, which is going to be this. No, it's not. It's difficult. I mean, I could... There we go. That'll do. It's horrible, but it'll do. And then there, that's going to be the memory card input. Yeah, that I believe will actually work. I feel like I've got that a little bit horrible. I've made it all a little bit horrible, but it will have to do. This all. Speaking of horrible.
Hi.
If the cap fits. Right, and then we can start getting rid of things properly. Is this down here somewhere? Right, let's find where scrap is and do this bit properly. Setting up Coverx in space. I mean, it would be mildly interesting. I don't know whether it would be particularly interesting, because it would be exactly the same process, just with different machines on a different surface where space is a bit more expensive. I don't know. Maybe it'd be interesting.
You can't productivity it then, but then productivity is of less. It feels like it's of less use for Coverx, but it is still usable. Oh, I've got a decision on whether I go via molten Holmium, which requires pyroflux.
Then no.
Maybe I set up a bypass that uses that by priority if there's enough pyroflux from
That's
the
true, because you will have local pyroflux, won't you?
capsules. Yeah,
Oh.
I think that from the capsule making.
Oh yeah.
I think that's worth doing.
Yeah, why not? I mean, because you'll have more of it than you need, so you might as well use it up. Jeez. is getting tangled. I don't like it. Who builds
I
stuff
can
like
also
this,
turn
honestly?
it into ingots using coal instead. But I assume that's less efficient.
That sounds a little bit like the beryllium recipes I was looking at.
Oh, I've just noticed that I was getting machines I don't necessarily need because there's. Oh no, that is a different thing. There's a thing that looks like powder that isn't powder.
It's just dust, is it instead?
It's holmium chloride.
Hello, evil snowball. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I think it's quite weird playing this because I don't really know what's changed because of K2 and what's changed because of SE 0.6. But it's a bit more challenging. There's more complexities in here. My brain is melting in new and slightly in interesting ways. So yeah, it's good fun. I mean, it's good that it's not just the same as what I've done before, because it makes it's far more interesting if I have different challenges to solve. So yeah, I'm very happy with it being a bit different.
Evil snowball turned up with a raid, by the way.
Oh, okay. Thank you for pointing that out, because I didn't notice. Thank you, even more thank you, but due to turning up with the raid, that's very much appreciated. The more the definitely nice to have a flood of extra people in here. Yeah, I'm good at noticing chat. Well, I'm reasonable at noticing chat. I will usually eventually notice chat, but raid notifications and things appear in a slightly different place, and I don't notice them quite as easily because of the way the chat is stacked. So yeah, thank you, both to the snowball and to the person who told me about the snowball. Oh, don't go underground. It's disgusting. Oops. There we go. Fill in the gap there. The long pipes. So there's a couple of reasons to use them. And they're both down to sort of efficiency reasons in a way. One is that they are cheaper. So to use to make a 15 section pipe uses 8 pieces of pipe. So you get almost 2 pipes per pipe out of that. Whereas to use an underground, which goes 7, costs 10. So it's significantly cheaper to use the long ones. It's also cheaper on a UPS front because the game treats it as a single piece of pipe as opposed to using lots and lots of individual ones. And it's cheaper from how quickly liquid moves around as well, because each time the game pings an update, it moves 15. So there are those 3 reasons. There may be others that I've forgotten, but those are the 3 reasons that I can think of off the top of my head that make them better. It's not an enormous difference, but I feel that the cheaper cost of piping is kind of worthwhile, because space pipes are pretty pricey. And I suspect at some point in the future we're probably going to be glad of the UPS improvements, especially as we've been being extremely mean to our UPS. Oh dear, that's not going to work. UPS-ness through excess use of that neat warehouse trick for using a warehouse as a balancer. I've just realised I haven't left room for my coolant to get in there, so I'm going to have to move this back up. I'm going to move it back 2 blocks just because. Put that here. That should be one. No, that should be one. There we go. And I suppose I could have used more undergrounds for that actually, and then it would have been okay. Because you can have weirdly, you can have an underground pipe and an underground belt in the same place, which breaks laws of topology and stuff. But other than that, is a nice idea. What are you? You're the cold one. This is the cold one over here. Let's have some more cold over this way. Bump, bump. Too much. 9. Yes. In fact, I could take those out and replace, because a piece of 3 pipe only takes 2 to make, so it's you get 1.5 pipes for your pipe. So that's slightly cheaper that way. I should probably no, that's computer. Let's give this power, not random computer. Fine. And then I'm going to need all of the inserters around here. So we go in, out, out, in. Shake it all up. I don't know. still need to get my uranium up here, so I need to come down here because this needs programming. So we only want to be sending the hot uranium up the tube. Hot uranium to the left. Yes, there we go. Now I can plug that in and bloop, up comes some hot uranium. Comes in here eventually, and that'll be the final thing, and we'll be able to get this, and this should then just work. TM. Let's see how it goes. So, glowing nicely.
Mike, do you have laser turrets in your inventory?
I do. I have 50.
Okay, where are you?
I'm
Ooh.
just the.
Oh, it's coming out on the bottom side.
West
That's
of
good.
Big
That'll
Oil.
work then. Awesome.
Okay. I'll come and get those.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly
Okay.
as No Guard says, having the fluids jump 15 tiles every time is really useful, especially as you often end up with some quite long pipe runs in space exploration, whether you like it or not. I have no idea who founded laws of topology. I'm sort of hoping this is going to be some sort of wonderful and terrible pun, but well, we shall find out. So this is waiting just for the multispectral mirrors now. The rest is all hooked up, I believe. Yeah, we've got fluids and fluids there. I assume the mirrors are going to be made in an assembly machine. Yes, they are. Good. Just out of absolutely blooming everything. So we've got
Thank
1,
you.
2, 3, 4,
No worries.
4 solid inputs, one output, and 2 liquid inputs. So this is going to be a mess. Let's just drop in an assembly machine and see what it looks like. Put it there. It's probably more space than it needs, but better that than the opposite. So we need to make multispectral mirrors. That's probably going to be in here. Yes, here we go. So multispectral mirrors the normal way, and that produces scrap as well because of course it does.
Also,
But
Mike,
that's
could
okay. I
you
can filter that
step
out
a
and pass it
bit
down
to
through here.
the northwest, please, and fill this
Yeah,
rail?
sure.
That's weird. All these are on the same side. In that case, you know what? Let's move that a bit further over this
Thanks.
way, like that. Then I can just run a belt down here and have all of the inputs on the other side, which is going to be an interesting palaver of belts and pulleys and stuff, but it should work. So over here, I'm going to need to have a close input and a far input, and I'm going to need to have that and that being brought in appropriate ways. The belts will come up here like this. I'm going to bring this over this way a bit. Try and get this right. So we have one there and one there like this. And of course it's going to need more power because everything needs power, so we'll put that there. These are going to need to come out quite a bit further actually, like that. If I try and get this right. I could be really horrible and run this one down through the gap here and this one through the gap that's going to be here, but that's awful. I'm not going to do that. I'm not actually going to do that. Couldn't tell the difference between a coffee mug and a donut. That sounds about right. Or a person, in fact. A person is basically just a donut. So which are the things it needed multiple of? Glass and steel plates. Yeah, I'm the only one building in space at the moment, but I do have my minions off on other planets generating other resources for me. So it's not just me in the world, but it's not just me out. It is just me out of the world. What am I saying? It's not just me playing. But I'm the only one who's up on the space station at the moment because other people are doing important things elsewhere. And Mike's doing whatever Mike does.
Genuinely doing less than I thought it would be. Monto happily making plastic.
I mean, to be fair, that's quite important. We do need plastic.
Yeah.
I won't be too rude. I don't want my plastic supply to be interrupted.
Waiting for pumps to be brought to me.
Pumps are surprisingly awkward in Factorio, I find. They seem like a relatively simple thing, but then all kinds of builds require them, and you never have any of them where you need them. Or is it just me? It always feels like that.
I mean, they're not that complicated to build.
No, but they're complicated enough that building them on site is annoying. Oh,
Yeah, sure. I mean,
that
you
wasn't meant to
need.
be low density structures. Crap, what was that meant to be? That was meant to be glass, and this actually kind of matters.
Yeah, you need a minimum of 3 inputs, and that's starting to get irritating straight away.
Yeah. Where is glass? I know I've got glass here somewhere. Oh, it's all the way back here. Blimey. Haven't used that for a while. And it's this one. There we go. And so I put that there and that down and round in like that. And I better put in these undergrounds because I forgot them last time, and it's annoying when I do that. There we go. Right, so that's the glass dealt with. Now I do need low density structures for this build. I just didn't need them. I just wanted them to go in on the low speed inputs, which is over here. So this would go here because it can't go 2 squares earlier. And I just have to hope that the other thing that I need should fit in, shouldn't it? What's the other thing? Heat shields. Heat shield tiles. Those are yeah, these ones. It's just heat shields are one of those things that are it's just yet another grey square, and okay, that's not really going to fit in through here. Well, actually, what I could do here, and this is a little bit slightly convoluted and spaghetti-y, but then that's what the game's all about, so I don't care. We'll take that out and put that in there, and then I can put. Oh no, that won't work. I'm just going to have to go down and up. I have to come from here. Not there though. From here. Suppose it goes there. Heat shields come down, around, and up. And I need to put in a couple of underground in here like this to allow whatever else is on this bit of the bus to go through. Right, I probably didn't make this go up quite high enough. No, I didn't, because I couldn't see. That should now be all of the solid inputs for this. I now need a chunk more of this, and then to put in the fluids. So we've got chemical gel, which is this one. Yeah, yeah. Some long pipes. Is this just going to run straight through the middle without hitting anything? Awesome. I like it when something just goes through in really, really neatly like that. And then lube is the other one. Lube. Yeah.
Hence, it's usually the lube that helps it go neatly there.
Yeah, there was not I didn't need lubricant for this one. Forgetting that pipe in. I didn't need lubricant to lay that pipe. There we go. That's what I'm trying to say.
Don't tell persistent.
It's all right. She doesn't seem to be here, or at least if she is, she's being very quiet.
I find a use for some of that landfill.
Chemical gel is this one. Let's put that there. Pipe. There we go.
How much are we down to now?
Fitting in quite nicely.
Oh, we've got loads still.
How much have we got? Still too much.
Yeah, I only use about 1,000.
Yeah, we have crazy amounts of it.
Which is kind of really backwards for Factorio. Usually it's the other way around. Usually you sit there going, I wish I had more landfill. But
Yeah.
they're going, we have landfill. We would rather not.
I suppose it's not that we have landfill that we don't want to have. It's that we don't want to have we have stuff that gets made into landfill that we don't want, which is slightly different.
Yeah, oh yeah, very much so.
Right, now it's
Landfill's just a convenient way of getting rid of it.
Yeah.
Yep. There's an irony.
Yeah. Have I run out of those again already? I need to set a machine making these 15 pipes for me, because I keep using large quantities of them like this, and it just fails me hopelessly. So I could put that there, because I think it does literally just takes the pipe in and produces the long pipe out. Yes, minions is a good term for them. And yes, oh yeah, putting green modules in a lot of these machines is an excellent idea. I should really do that. How much power have I got at the moment? I have no idea. Let's find out. I've still got plenty of power, but yeah, once the particle collider kicks in, I will no longer have plenty of power, and I will start to cry. you going to give me this assembly machine? Look, it's in this machine.
Oh.
It's in this red chest down here. You can go and get it from there. No, it isn't. Hang on. Wait, what? No, it's not. It's in somewhere up here. Should be in here. Oh. I've run out of space assembly machines in the logistics system. I've got a belt full of them, but I just happen to have run out of them. Oh, well, I better go over and do that myself then.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I'm too used to being
crikey.
on Dracket, so I generated a planet by mistake.
While I was driving over a uranium patch.
You
Alright.
generated a planet by mistake. Of
Yep.
Listen, some of us keep our powers secret, but not Tristan. He just owns that situation.
Yes, you just sneezed and it happened. Turns out Tristan is in fact a great green arkle seizure.
There's a reference.
It is a reference.
Yep. I thought you were going to do a bit of a callback to the conversation about Norse mythology we had earlier.
I'm better at Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy mythology than Norse mythology, I'm afraid.
That's all right. Yeah, everyone's got to have a weakness.
Alright, so there's a load of long pipes needed along here, and then I think at that point I might just be waiting for Holmium. Hint, hint.
Ooh, that's going to be a long wait.
Yeah, I might be going out and getting Beryl at that point. What's going on here?
I'm nearly at the point of
There we
starting to put down mines.
go. I've nearly started. We could throw it in a crusher, yes, but we're trying not to void anything apart from mineral water because no, I hate mineral water. And actually, we've voided some normal water as well. But again, I don't feel bad about that because in my mind, we're just putting it back into the lake. The mineral water, to be honest, it's just making.
We're just putting it back into the lake as well.
Yeah, and we're polluting the place up enough. So I feel like there should be a recipe that converts mineral water into minerals and water, so you just get stone out of it or something. And not very much stone, just as a way of getting rid of the damn stuff. Oh, I'm making mirrors, Yeah, I now have... Oh, I say now have, I'm waiting for this machine to finish. When this machine finishes running it for the first time... He says, talking very, very slowly while he waits for it to... Bloody hell, that's slow. Might need to have a few more of those. Oh, I've missed a scrap. Oh. I forgot about that. I forgot that was a thing. Well, I don't know. I mean, the rate. I suppose I see what you mean about them not being able to have mineral water. They could, yeah, they could not have mineral water patches, but they could still have mineral water. They could have the little bit of mineral water that comes out of a whatchamacallit, that comes out of core mining, because you're not really going to get very much from that, and
You get water out of that as well.
and you do get, well, that's a good point. You get water out of core mining anyway, so it's not enough to actually be useful.
Yeah, part of me is just a little bit nervous about the whole possibility of us suddenly finding we need oodles of these resources later.
Like mineral water.
Yeah,
I get what you're
know
saying.
how much that one is. So Pyroflux, I know that we started off basically burning it for power, and then we suddenly went, oh, hang on, we've now got a rather part of the reason I'm really not too fussed about it taking longer than anticipated to sort copper out, etc., is because right now we haven't got enough Pyroflux to sensibly smelt it. So you sensibly use it for copper smelting as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I basically agree. I had a point and it slipped my mind now. Yeah, my thought is that because of the rate, the way Factorio grows and expands, the amount of pyroflux we turned into... Who's getting shot at? The amount of pyroflux we turned into electricity is probably fairly insignificant next to the power of the Force. I mean, next to the amount we're actually using at the moment.
Potentially, yeah.
Probably didn't actually throw that much away. The funny thing is, actually, something fairly similar happened to me in my Angel Bob's run, where I was... The early processes in that have you crushing ores in much the same way you do... No, not in the same way as you do. You crush ores, and it produces lots and lots of crushed stone as well. And you go, what am I going to do with all this crushed stone? And after you've filled up about 3 warehouses with it, you go, I don't care, I'm going to... Yeah, there's a recipe you can use where you mix it with water and then you can literally just get rid of it in a clarifier. So I threw away a fair amount of crushed stone like that, and then a bit later on I needed massive quantities of it for another process, and I was running out of it all the time. But when I thought about it, the amount of it that I'd thrown away was relatively insignificant. It would have helped for about maybe half an hour or something to get me the resources I needed, but it wouldn't have made a serious difference. I
Yeah.
suspect the same is true here.
Oh, we've got low power.
And we've got the base being eaten. Are
Wait,
those
no,
linked?
oh no,
That's-
so we've only
that's
got
a-
low power. Sorry, beg pardon. That's the road part charging up. Ignore me.
Okay.
And yeah, Mark is having fun with the base being eaten.
As long as it's hands-on eating, then I'm sort of okay with that.
It's more teeth sort of in
Yeah.
rather than hands on.
I mean, if Marc has directly caused it and is therefore tidying up after himself, then it's probably okay. Right, we've churned
There's
through all of that
permission.
hot uranium that came up, and have made a quantity, 84 of the nuclear research cards. So that's a start.
Would you like some more?
Yes. I mean, so it's on the shopping list, so as long as it keeps coming up, I'll basically be all right.
So it's
Whoa.
not being brought up automatically. There's no train for it or anything. But I can easily send 800 odd over.
Right. Okay. This is weird. Oh,
It's-
I see.
it's
I
not
know what's
gonna-
happened.
It's not going to come through at any decent rate until we have co-rex.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Vroom, bum, 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 bum. Yeah, we haven't started mining vulcanite deposits because I was concerned we'd start running out of the we wouldn't have enough delivery cannon capsules to take it all across, and so we'd have to. I have this. I'm sort of trying, and this is probably a silly idea, really, but I'm kind of trying to not use any rockets more than we have to for no, basically not use rockets for transporting resources around because they're a pain in the what's name, and I just wanted to, and it felt like an entertaining thing to be doing. So yeah, we could start mining them, but I'm not sure how we'd then get them out of the get them off the planet without using rockets.
You could only have them being fed in when there's
An excess.
spare capsules.
Which, to be fair, there is basically all the time at the moment. But yeah, still.
But I think that needs an actual personal visit there.
Yeah,
Given
we
the
need to do
state
quite
it's
a lot of
left
extra
in.
building and stuff over there to do that. I've just realised I forgot about memory. Well, no, I forgot about the memory cards that would be coming out of the supercomputer, but some came out of it anyway because I did a Shift C around here, and it just dumps stuff out of your inventory into input and output slots in machines, which is quite interesting. So where am I going to put these memory cards? Here is the obvious answer, but there's some pipes in the way. I could bring the pipes around the other side, but then there's roboport, so I could move the roboport like that. Bring this pipe round here. Like this. What do you mean can't? What, two different fluids? It's the same bloody fluid. Which of you is weird? Oh, you're being weird. Okay, I'm gonna have to go and find out why this system is being weird. Is it over here? Yes. Wait, what? No. Yes, it's up here. Why are you being weird? There's nothing funny going on up here. Why is there any of this?
Got that
Oh, I've connected that to the wrong thing. Oh, that's chill, not war. Oh, damn it! I've fallen into the obvious trap that the game sets for you every so often.
Here we find the Laurence in his natural habitat,
Rage.
raging at his own mistakes. And forgetting about inputs. I mean outputs, byproducts, side effects, consequences. Dun dun dun. Which side of the belt are these going to come in on? On the
Wrong side. Top side. Yeah, that's correct. Put that there, and then we say input priority left, and that will all be happy. Actually, be happy whichever side they went on here, because if they went on the bottom side, they come around here and they'll be used first, and if they go on the top side, they'll join in with the actual stream of cards that's coming through. This will all be fine until at some point in the distant future I go, oh, I'm going to have memory cards and put twice as many on here, and then it'll all break. But by that time, hopefully, we'll have moved all this off to somewhere else, and I'll be able to just sort of rebuild it again a bit less weirdly. Because all of this bit's temporary from here, possibly here. And this is the problem with this. This is the rocket race problem basically, where where you build stuff up without actually being able to test it, and then you plug everything in and you go, oh no, it's going in the wrong direction, and it turns out nobody can launch a rocket blind. Why is there a efficiency module there? The hell? I don't even. Why is there a memory card there? That's my other question. Right. What if I now come along here? What if I put this in here? Does it go where it should? What? Oh. Bugger. Is that going to work? I hope so. Let's put that there and that there just in case it doesn't. I forgot inserters put on the output side of splitters if they're putting straight onto a splitter like that. Which kind of makes sense actually, because it's passing over to the far side of the belt normally. I wonder if I put that to near side of the insertion, it would have put it onto the near side of the splitter. I have no idea. Why is this? Why have you ground to a hole? Oh yeah, because you've got too much of that coolant that I put in the wrong place. Right, well I know I've got some of that. I know I've got pipes somewhere with the warm stuff in. Here it is. Yeah, so I can put some pipes along here. This isn't going to be too bad to fix. The only worry, really, is whether we're going to have the we're going to have the full pipe problem, I suspect. Because we're making the cool as fast as we can, because generally you want it. You want lots of it. And then it turns out we're doing this today, and therefore we don't. Did that make any sense?
No.
Okay. Run out of 3 pipes. There we go. Some more of those. Yeah. So what I was trying to say that Mike didn't understand because I didn't say it very sensibly, is that we've got a system somewhere on this pipe that will be generating as much of the cool thermofluid as it can, because that was an input ingredient up until now. Now it turned out it's an output ingredient as well, so I was hoping that wouldn't be the case for any of the recipes we're doing at this point, but it turns out it is, because why wouldn't it be? That's, you know. So we need to put that in there and somehow fit in a pump in here that we can use as a... That won't go there. Put that there, then put in a pump here, and then I can limit the amount of it that it generates and keep things a little bit more sensible. I could put the... Actually, I could just move this up a few. Yeah, that'll be nicer, actually. Let's do that. Let's put this pipe back in. Move that. Put it up here. Then I can put the pumps in along here, like that. And then a bit more pipe, of course.
Yeah, I'd
say
say
like that. And then we can tell this pipe to only run when this pump is only to run when this tank has more than, what's this one, the cool thermofluid, when it's less than 10,000.
got a fairly substantial increase to plastic production over here. It needs modules.
Theoretical, or is it working?
Have a look.
I've made some theoretical plastic. That's quite a lot of it.
Oh, nice.
Where is this?
The
I see.
only thing is that for aesthetic completeness, I require reinforced concrete, which we don't seem to be making.
No, we don't.
Oh, I see. So you're bringing in another train, another oil unloading place, and processing it on site for that. Okay.
Yeah, it just felt more sensible. I've rigged it for
Oh yeah, agreed.
productivity modules, which obviously it doesn't have yet.
And that's sort of one of the nice things about doing the doing the sort of the town style thing. If you build a town and it starts to get a bit overwhelmed and a bit too big, you can put in another. You can just make a copy of it, or in this case, make a copy of just a small part of it, because this is just the plastic part.
Mike, the plastic and coal aren't balanced. The loader and unloader stations.
Also, yep, you're right.
Time for another sinus cleaning moment. Excuse me.
You're excused.
And maybe for now switch down to tier 2 modules.
Yeah. But that's boring.
Yeah, but we have them.
Yeah, I know.
There you go.
Technically, we have
Successfully
tier 3s.
spared you my honking noises. Honk honk. The croaking noises, I'm afraid you're stuck with. Yes, at the moment we do have excess delivery capsules, so we can use the extra ones to ship out extra vulcanite that we're making from somewhere else. We'd have to be a little bit clever with the inputs to make sure that we didn't end up using up all of the capsules shipping the mined vulcanite, and then not have any demand on the core mined vulcanite in order to make more capsules. But I think just prioritizing it. I was going to say just prioritizing a splitter would be enough, but I'm not sure it actually would.
No, it needs circuit conditions.
You need to be a bit cleverer than that, because you'd have the risk of it just passing a bit sort of filling the system up with the mined stuff, and then cutting it off, but working through it, and it'd probably be all right, but I wouldn't be sure enough to just want to leave it running. I think it probably would be okay, but it's one of those probablys where whereas, as I say, I don't want to rely on it. I suppose that's a thing I could head off and do now, because I have finished the science here, and I mean, it's not actually happening because there's no holmium and there's no more hot uranium. Sorry, spicy uranium. Apparently, calling it hot is objectification. There was a couple of pieces there. Let's check them in the system.
Okay, it's all balanced.
I've just picked up uranium.
It's not perfectly balanced, but it's close enough.
I still
There's
apparently picked up
800
uranium. Oh no, it stopped hurting me.
In the rocket. So next rocket launch, and it's at 416 out of 500. You'll get some more.
It's getting pretty close then. Pretty. It's quite full. And to be honest, we've got plenty of that. Oh, I should put in a I assume you're sending over holmium ingots, are you?
Yes, I assume so.
Okay.
I'm
Lots of
assuming I will
assumptions here.
because, well, I am assuming that will be more dense
Yes.
and therefore smarter.
Yeah, seems very, very likely. Right, I've put it on the shopping list, so now I will start to... What's chirping? Something's I'm being alarmed. Have we run out of science? What science have we run out of? Oh, we've run out of production science.
That is not a global alarm, by the
It's
way.
not a global alarm.
Yeah.
It should be. I obviously did not set that up properly. There you go, sharing my misery. Meh,
Nope.
meh, meh, meh.
It doesn't come through here.
Really?
Really?
No.
Oh. I've hit the global playback button. Maybe I need to make it an alert thing as well. Uno momento.
Well, it's Novice Orbit, Taisha Guten. I don't think you have.
Blop, blop.
Blop,
Blop.
blop, blop.
Okay, I don't know why you're not
Yes,
hearing that.
as well.
I've turned
I
the
could
global
see it
playback.
typing. I can see you typing it.
It's just saying that.
Oh, it's down there. I mean,
we do have T2 modules, quotes, in the logistics system, but not reliably because
I've forgotten how to turn the noise
they're
off.
in there due to warehouses of shame.
That's a slightly less annoying noise.
In theory, we have efficiency 1, except
Oh,
the,
volume, that's how you said turn the noise off.
we're
There we
not
go.
producing enough because of the lack of plastic.
Right, so this is...
Yeah, plastic is the killer at the moment.
The mining productivity 5 is not going to finish because we don't have enough imersite, so I'm going to cancel that research. And let it do other ones that don't require imersite. We are now going to be stuck with a picture of a science lab in the bottom corner of the screen forever. So I'm afraid.
Remind me why this is a good thing.
Because it lets us know that there's an issue with the science production.
We know that.
Yeah, but next week we'll have forgotten.
You say that. Who made the science production?
Mark put it in, and when
Tristan got
I
that
was,
in.
Mark put in the alert system, and when I came along here and moved stuff around, I thought I should probably put it back in, or people would whinge.
I'm not sure whether you're dodging the insult or didn't spot it.
I'm just ignoring you because it seems not
It's
the best way
probably
to deal
for the
with you.
best, in fairness.
I might just go and get in my spaceship and leave. Oh, nope, he says missing the spaceship. Jetpack.
Mike, did you put in a system to start making beacons?
Yes.
Did you forget to limit a system that makes beacons?
Do we have an
Nope.
infinite number of beacons?
Not infinite.
Please tell me that beacons are used in making wide area beacons and so on up the chain.
I don't remember where I put it now.
I'm sorting it out. Right, it'll be limited to 100 now. No, don't limit it like that.
Wide area beacons do use basic beacons. Good.
Beacons are very useful to have.
They are, yes. We will probably
yeah.
use quite a lot of them in the long run.
Yeah, but we might switch to other kinds, and I don't know if they.
Yeah, they do. Well, the wide area ones do. The compact ones also do.
Ah.
Right, I'm going to think about heading off to an asteroid belt then, in that case. Actually, maybe I shouldn't, because it's 11 o'clock. Therefore, we should probably be stopping.
It seems to be.
So, I think that's been quite a good run. I have nominally made Energy Science 1, in that I've put down all the machines required to do so. I haven't gone in and thought about any of the numbers, so some of this will probably need a bit of production speed boosting. But with the way I've built it, that's easy enough. Should be easy enough to do for everything except this little tangle in the middle here. And that little tangle in the middle here, I'm pretty sure is okay. Actually, I'm not certain about this one. Do 30 seconds, but it makes 36 of them every time it runs, so... no, it doesn't. It makes 4 of them every time it runs.
For getting us to railways, it's going to be fine.
Yeah, true.
And then it's being ripped up anyway.
So yes, basically everything I've done today is going to be destroyed within the next few weeks. And possibly.
It's always nice when you get that sense of accomplishment, isn't it?
I've played this game before. I know what it's like.
Has somebody else come in here and beaconed? Productivity module lead.
What?
Did you come in and add productivity modules back?
Maybe the robots did. That's what they're for.
Possibly. It's possible. I'm slightly surprised.
Yeah, you're building in a robot.
Did I do anything
area.
else? Oh yeah, extending
Yeah,
this tower up here.
I didn't realise the robots had that many beacons available to them.
So we're now
Beacons,
making lots of useful stuff up here, which is
what they call
great.
modules.
Chilled some. I chilled a bit with these things. And yeah, we now have no imersite, we have no holmium, so all of this is kind of ground to a halt a little bit, but never mind, that's all stuff we can fix in the future. Tristan's off trying to fix the holmanite at the moment. I'll probably go off and get some beryllium just to be awkward next time, because I've got the spaceship and therefore it makes sense for me to do that.
I may also help with the imersite, but that'll
that's
take
true,
a
yes,
little
if you
longer.
could do that, that'd be great. In fact, let's have a quick look at Taishakuten. Actually, before I do that, let's...
I was meaning on Njord, but yeah.
But let's nudge the priority of Njord up a little bit, if I can find there. It is the thing over there. So I actually find it in the list.
Okay.
And also Kalidas Asteroid Belt 1, he says clicking on 2, because I'm going to go out there next time, probably. And I'm going to also do Taras, because that's the imersite.
And Kothar.
We have an interesting situation.
Yeah, alright, I'll do
developing.
Kothar, might as well. Because we're going to go there fairly soon. So now
We've
put that
got
back up
2
there.
oil trains, both of which are standing at oil drop-off stations, going... My next station... Oh, no, this one's now moving. They were both saying there's no oil field available with sufficient oil to grab.
Was that expected? Is that...
No, that means we're running low on oil.
Right, okay.
No, because that one's heading...
It is
East.
literally just set off now to the core processing area.
Yeah, but the one to, oh right, so there'll be a slight side effect in that if the cores have
Oh,
enough,
ruins.
then that will be the only station that's available.
Oh.
Yeah,
So
what
the
I'm saying is there was a period of time where they were both sat there going, well, I've got nowhere to go.
that seems I'm not disbelieving you, but
But you
that
are.
shouldn't be able to happen because
So
well,
interesting.
the one here has loads. It's just filled up that train and it's already completely full.
Maybe
That
something's
is
misprogrammed.
strange.
Or if a train went here, then it can't be that bad. Unless it's the prioritization thing messing stuff up.
Yeah, but the train didn't go there. The train went to.
It did go here. The train has
Did it?
literally just left.
Okay. There's one that went over. The one I was looking at went over here.
Yeah. So
So they both
so
went.
I'm
The-
confused.
so while the
Oh, while the train was on
coal
its way
mining-
to the high priority one, it wouldn't have been. Other trains wouldn't have been able
Yeah,
to go to the low
but
priority one.
Mike saw them both sitting there going nowhere to go.
Could there be
Yeah.
a third oil train around somewhere?
No.
Oh, okay.
Because then I'd have seen all three.
Oh yeah, there's only 2 on the oil field train
Mhm.
station menu. Doohickey. I was going to look at Taishakuten. Here's one I made ages ago. So yeah, occasionally, very occasionally, when we use enough cryonite, imersite drops out of the sky into here and gets used up, and then we get a little bit through. But at the moment, that's not really happening.
Oh, Mike, I can explain it now.
Yeah, go on.
So this station activates
Mhm.
the low priority oil places when it's
Right.
running low.
Ah,
Gotcha. Therefore, it only had the high priority places activated because that station
Yeah.
had enough. Right. So this is a system which doesn't.
Doesn't work for multi-oil drop-off.
Yes.
does
Doesn't
it
expect
not? Could you not trigger it to be active if either of the have the same signal on both of them? Output and oil if either of them is less than 100,000.
That will probably work fine. So the
No
issue
God points out
there
there
is
probably
that
is a third oil train that's currently dumping copper into the coal station.
Maybe for one of the oil drop-off, you have a stacker, so there you could use my method of having a priority station there.
Yep.
this putting in the same thing would probably basically work.
Yeah, the original big oil is almost certainly going to use oil more often, I would have thought. But also they're
just sort of
both down in more or
filling up
less
in
the
the
same
first
sort of
place.
area. Actually, that's measuring with by waving your hand over screen. Yeah, even this oil field over here is still going to be the new oil area is still closer to big oil than that one is. So if you could put a stacker in the middle here between the two of them. If you put in there's a turnaround just past the other station as well, so it'll probably work quite well.
Yeah, if properly planned out, it'd be fine.
Yeah. Right, I think we're about done with this round. Actually, let's have a look at my to-do list and see if any of these things got done. In fact, I'm going to read through them because I think there's a fairly high chance that Mark's done half of them. So it's easier if I do this. Let's do this now. So the Taishakuten wish list has probably not been updated. Taishakuten is my responsibility. I noticed a lot of the walls were missing repair systems in the video. So if the biters do come in and nibble on them,
Yes,
it'll be
we don't care.
too late. We don't. Yeah. Okay, you're happy to deal with that manually if it ever happens, then okay, so we'll just...
Yeah, I mean, the chance to them being destroyed or damaged is lower than our expansion rate.
Okay, fair enough. The pyroflux cutoff level, there was some funny business going on there, and because two stations were linked in, and therefore it meant it could.
Yes, it works. I didn't change anything.
It didn't work because there was a point where it was broken.
Nah.
Well, for certain values of broken, I mean, it meant that all the vulcanite that was falling out of the sky, 3/4 of it was being put into a vulcanite station.
Yes, because overall there is enough.
Overall, there
And
was,
there is
but both stations. If both stations have 50,000 in, then there is enough. In theory, there is enough for a train, but neither station has enough for a train on its own, and that's the state it was in.
Yes and no, because there are trains in the station, so we have
true, the
2
train.
Paraflex trains.
True.
So everything that's in a station indicates that we have full trains waiting there.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm happy. I'm happy with that way of looking at it. Yeah. If you think about counting what's in the trains, then yeah, that's yeah, I'm okay. I'm happy with looking at it that way. I noted that there's lots of unprogrammed green chests, which is why, well, would help to, programming all the green chests would help to empty the warehouses of shame out a little bit.
Yeah, that was in progress and is
Ooh,
still in
it looks like an
progress because I
asteroid's
got
just
sidetracked.
crashed down over here. A meteorite has made it through the defences. Probably. I mean, there's a big circle of damage on the belt here. So I guess that's probably what happened. Sorry, what did you
Yeah.
say, Tristan, about the green chests?
That was in progress. It was basically near the end of last time, and
Yeah.
distractions due to Njord and
Yeah,
other
that's fair.
stuff.
So it's still a thing, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. A system to stop copper from mines being used has been done. I saw that earlier in the stream. Marc was talking about that. Good. We don't care that the core station stacker isn't big enough because it's programmed sensibly. There were some old iron mines and uranium mine stations and things around. I don't care about
Yep,
those very much,
removed.
but you've probably dealt with those. Okay. More landfill storage. Probably not actually necessary because there's the extra chest on the other place that's making landfill from the rare metals. You
Yeah,
said
we've
you,
still got half a dozen
yeah. You said you
empty
did you say
ones.
you'd set up a new uranium mine, Marc?
Yes.
Cool. We're stockpiling a lot of steel in the smeltery station. I don't think we care about that particularly. Mike is sort of working towards beaconing smelteries, but that's an in progress. I'll leave that on the list. Splitters in output belt of iron smeltery.
Yes, I did that.
Okay, cool. I couldn't remember what I'd spotted there. Yeah, I was suggesting that I noticed that the production of it actually seems to be, yeah, that looks like a lot more machine. You put in more machines making the small electric motors by the looks of it. Or at least if there isn't a problem with the production. No, actually, no, I think that's the same number of machines. I think we've just slowed down the rate we're using them at, so that seems to be okay.
Do you mean the red motors?
No, the blue ones here.
Oh.
Blue ones.
There was a shortage of those
Oh,
when I was making the video.
I added productivity to the red and speed to the red ones,
Okay.
which
Oh,
were
yes. So
also struggling.
yes, they were struggling even
that-
more, I think. They are now completely backed up.
Yeah.
So
So that might
good.
have therefore reduced the drain on the small. Oh, not small
No, because those are
electric.
electric motors. Whatever the reason, they seem that none of them are anything like as short as they were before.
I
So I
assume
think
they
it's probably okay.
maybe filled up the buffers for the belts or something, if they are used there.
Yeah, or possibly filled up that, or maybe my demands up in space have gone down a bit, or something like that. We don't
Yeah.
have a huge number of the big electric motors. They are just about keeping up with. They are keeping up with demand, but there's a slight shortage of those. That's probably also ones that would need beaconing then in that case in the same way. Not beaconing, moduling in the same way. Yes, just like that. Thank you. So let's get rid of that from
The
the
other
list.
half.
It's okay for now anyway. Biomatter storage is weird. Yes, I saw that be fixed. Heat shield tiles for satellite rocket launches. Ah, that's fixed.
I did, yeah.
Thank you. Deprecate spare rockets by Norbit rocket silo. We've still got those in place.
They're
I
still
assume.
there.
Yeah, they're still there. Meh. Don't care too strongly about that. We're talking, yeah. So one of the things we were talking about was that there's a shortage of because we had that stone shortage. I was suggesting we should make the start making green circuits from wood instead. But am I right in thinking that we now have plenty of stone? It's been boosted enough that, or that
Yep.
another mine
Yep.
or two has been put in.
There's several more mines being put in.
Okay,
So,
excellent.
since you were that call. Well, yeah, it's fine.
Good. Oops, that was the wrong thing to tick off. Productivity modules for low density saints. Well, I don't think we've done that yet, but it feels like it'd be a good idea. Especially if they've run out of steel again. Oh dear. Have they run out of steel because we've run out of steel, or have they run out of steel because they're just waiting for a train? Let's have a look. There is... Yeah, we're very short
Handing
of
at steel
steel.
drop, we're out of steel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So steel demand is too high. I mean, that will at least partly be because I did a big push of expansion in
Oh, hang on.
space, but then that's something I do every week. So it takes a massive quantity of steel to make all the scaffolding and all the belts and things. Yeah, I think it would be worth putting in.
We
Oh, I see robot
have
ports
a
over there.
combination of not enough steel and enough steel.
Oh, we have
Oh,
Because,
plenty
because
of
of
steel.
the
Should it?
because you got one train going between two pickup stations, it has to alternate pickup to drop off. Which means if it goes to one pickup station, or ends up in a pickup station for whatever reason, but there isn't sufficient steel.
no,
there
we
for
don't
it.
have
We
enough
only have one
We
steel.
only have
pickup
one
station.
steel pickup.
What? Steel plate pickup. I thought we got two.
No, I believe we've only got one.
One
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. And the
And
one down.
oh no, the old smelter's been taken out. So why was he
Yeah.
sitting there?
So it's probably a train throughput issue. So we don't have enough trains, maybe.
No, we don't have
No,
enough steel.
there's not enough steel in
Oh.
the station.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's plenty of iron ore, or there's plenty of the input. There's just not enough of the output. So basically, we're not making steel quickly enough. But that might
We
just be
are
due to
making
surge in demand.
steel fast enough. We are not pressing them back to plates fast enough. So we have to
So in
increase
ingots.
the.
Oh yes, you're right. It's also
Yep.
being ingoted.
I'll add that to my list for next time.
Did
Okay, cool.
someone do something to make the train come over? Because it shouldn't be yet, because there shouldn't be enough.
More
Train
steel
limit
needed.
is one.
No notification wall on the far west,
Yeah.
south. I think that was dealt with.
Yep.
Oh
So
yes.
no, just no one did anything.
That's kind of sketchy, but it'll work.
It summoned itself, even though it shouldn't.
Yeah,
have done.
so that needs to be 16,000.
Right, energy 1, done that in space, but I'll leave that on the list because it's not actually working yet. Lots and lots of question marks on here. Troubleshooting, I've not done anything there. Right, that's everything ticked off the. Oh, that's really frustrating. Going through and putting in the double tildes has taken me over the message length for a Discord message.
Wow.
Let's just get rid of a big chunk of the explanatory text in there like that, and there we go. That'll fit now. Got 94 characters left. Right. So that's a brief summary of the sort of things we've been up to. I'd say, does anyone else want to talk about what they've been doing? But I guess we'll probably find out in the videos at the weekend. So I might make you just wait till then, unless anyone's got anything they particularly want to show off when they can be the one to talk about it instead of me. Up to you guys, really. But I think we are
Nothing particular here, thank you.
mostly done at this point. So
Mostly prep.
yeah, I think next time is going to be me thinking about prepping to go out to the asteroid belt in order to start mining up the beryllium. So that's going to be next time. But yep, this time, mostly, as I say, I've mostly been building up stuff up here in orbit, and I've kind of got the energy science. I'm not going to say I've got the energy science working, but I've got it sort of sketched out and specced up and basically there, so it's now just waiting for the Holmium to start coming in. Next time I shall probably head off to the dim and distant parts of Kalidas Asteroid Belt 1 in my shiny spaceship and find a nice patch of beryl like that 18 million there, or alternatively this 47 million over here. Drop down here. There's a massive copper patch here as well, so I might start digging that up well, at least potentially thinking about it, because we're going to want that back on Norvis at some point in the future, I suspect. I can't really make delivery cannon capsules out here very practically, but once we get something else as a way of shipping things around, once we get the space elevators in place, then we can start passing that over much more easily, and I think it'd probably be worth doing so. So yeah, this is going to be a good place to come, deal with that 47 million beryl there, and start digging it up, processing it, and start shipping it back, or maybe not even process it. Maybe we'll process it back in Norbit. We shall see, because I don't know. There's no advantage to doing it here versus in Norbit, apart from the logistical lightness, and that's going to be done by Spaceship, so it's not quite as serious. We'll have a bit of a think about that.
If you keep the setup there small, you could use point defenses, which have cheaper ammo, and do they have a higher hit rate or?
I
can't
don't know.
remember
If I
the
What does
remember
point
right, it's
defense
the
ammo
same hit rate.
take to make? It takes coal and steel. Neither of which there is here, but could potentially be shipped out there.
I'd be quite impressed if you found a steel patch.
Looking at it, we've actually,
Oh.
Marc has actually liberated a substantial proportion of, like, a noticeable percentage of Norbis' surface.
All right,
I
round,
appear to have different plans for this because I was just panning around the map. I noticed a blue blob on it and went, what on earth is that? It turns out it's a rocket landing pad that I put there when I came out to pick up the spaceship earlier, and it's next to a 108 million patch of beryl. So apparently that was my plan. Before we thought that, hey, why don't I just fly over there in the spaceship? But on the plus side, that means I can request a rocket out there if I need any extra stuff that I forget. So. Right, so that's me for next time. Tristan is going to continue on with his Holmium adventures on Njord, where currently he's having a powerful time, should we say? Blimey, that's a big power station. I'm not saying it's too big. I'm just saying it is big. So he's going to carry on here. Presumably, he's going to start digging up all of the. This is a big old planet. All of the core patches around the planet. Maybe
I
sort of
think
the
I
first
have
10
enough.
or 12 of them or something.
I think I have enough coal mines for all of them. I
Oh,
think
it's
I
one
have
of those
enough
swampy
power.
planets. Did you take a load of landfill with you?
I didn't, but I've got a rocket that.
You're going to want
needs
an
to come
enormous
out.
quantity of landfill because this is a swamp planet and they're a pain.
Right, I'm going to fill this rocket with landfill then.
That seems fair.
Do it.
Hang on, how much landfill do we have? 32k. Fine, I'll take 20k.
I mean, it's not actually looking at it. There's an enormous patch down here that's really swampy. That's going to be.
You mean right where I've clearly defined that I'm going to be building?
Not far off, yeah. And there's another one up there, just on the other side of your obvious starting point to build. The northern hemisphere, the northern hemicircle is less swampy, but there's still a bit up there, and there's lots and lots of lakes. So you're going to want to, you're going to want landfill for getting across those probably. Just to go, I don't care, just run the train straight across it. Let's pretend I've got Fal. That's the one. Fal. There's so many mods. I should do a video about Fal. I haven't done one of those yet. It's one of the big mods that I haven't actually talked about. That's completely off topic, though. So someone was saying, observing how much of Norvis that we've now explored, and by we I mean Marc. What did you just run out to the edge and then just run around? Oh, or did you do that with the navsat? Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, basically I wanted to decide where to put a rail line, so I wanted to explore a bit to the edge. But yeah, and someone else did the corner up to the top.
Right. Yeah, because we started. So here is where we started. Therefore, is presumably the center. So, yeah, I mean, we have explored a significant amount of the planet. And actually, looking at the corners of our square, you can see the little ticks off from it being the edges of the circle.
I think that's why Marc stopped it from
exactly.
scanning in the first place.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's a big area covered. So next time, I'm going to be going off to find beryl. Tristan's going to be carrying on with the holmium. And what are the M's going to be doing?
Oh no.
Fair enough. I mean, that's a good,
Clearing out all the biters.
answer.
Yeah, no, I think I'm done with biter clearing for now. If you look up north, there's a bit more space.
There's an unclaimed core seam up there.
Yes, that's
there.
you know,
maybe
I could start it, but
yeah.
Actually, there are 3 liberated.
Yeah, I pinged 3.
4. Yeah, 4.
Oh yeah, there's one there as well.
I don't know where
so that's one for next time, and Covarex is on my to-do list. I didn't get to do that today.
That sounds good, especially now that we started actually using uranium. So
yep,
that'll be good. Oh, we've had another double meteor strike. Is there a problem with our meteor guns?
Is this the thing where it takes some time to recharge and so on between shots?
No, they are.
If it is, we have a power supply problem, I believe. Maybe we just don't.
No,
must because we don't have 41 of them.
6 out of 6 destroyed. 1 out of 1 destroyed. 1 out of 1 destroyed.
That's odd.
The entire history, which goes back
there was
way
damage that
before
looked like
meteor it's probably
damage.
bot crashing.
Oh, do they have that much splash damage? I thought they were smaller than that.
They have a fair amount.
Oh right, yeah, because you're transferring several thousand landfill by bot. That's probably why. That'll be why they're crashing. Okay, all right.
By the way, low density structures are now productivity moduled.
Nice, thank you.
Cool.
Did you run out robots out of the world? You did run out.
Yeah. I mean, they basically were just up to the assemblers.
Yeah, it was. It was more the distance that the stuff's being flown, but seems to be for me. Well, it happened quickly enough while I was just talking. So, oh, you're very welcome, Spondev. Thank you for thank you. I'm glad you're finding them useful. File isn't strictly part of space exploration, but yeah, as I often say, if you want me to make any more tutorials, please tell me what you'd like me to make tutorials of, because I'm always looking for ideas and suggestions. Because I do like to make the tutorial videos. And now that the play is over, I will actually have some time during the week to make videos and stuff and be a proper YouTuber rather than going stream panic update video and that's all I've got time for. Sorry. I'm gonna be able to actually produce a few more now, hopefully. So, right, I think that's probably the end of the stream. Yeah, base is very huge. A lot of the iridium processing is probably going to happen on a different planet though. It's quite spread out though. We've got a big chunk up here doing power. We've got technically their base goes up to here, but we don't really count this part. It's just sort of it's territory we've liberated, but we haven't built in it yet. It's a bit like Canada, where there's a huge area in the north that technically is ours, but it's not really used for anything.
If mines don't count, is it there to there essentially, that diagonal?
I can't see your pings. I'm too zoomed out.
They're bottom right and top left of where you might define the base to be.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yes, yeah, that's that sort of area. Yeah. Yeah, that's about the sort of area we've covered. But then a lot of that is fairly empty. In a way, it's sort of from your bottom right ping to sort of the lakes in the middle here. Yes, there is some more stuff north of that, but if we filled in the lakes, we could move that down into the same rectangle. So it's quite a spread out factory because we've got so many people. We have people who are quite happy to go out and spend a bit of time clearing out biters, and yet stuff still gets done. So yeah, we've got
quite that balance.
We've got lots of area to play with, so we've been able to just spread out a bit more rather than having stuff. A lot of the time, I find myself, I usually don't really like going off and spending ages doing combat because it gets frustrating and annoying, and I want to get on with the building. So I tend to just I tend to end up a little bit more squeezed in. Also, the later versions of space exploration, you have to push out a bit further to find resources, which is intended to make you push out even further and just go to space. So we do tend to have a bit of a have to go a little bit further when we realise that we've used up all the stone or all the copper or whatever we're shortest of at the moment. Okay, so thank you for watching. Please check out channel sponsor trefoil.be/LaurencePlays. Use code LaurencePlays to get 20% off your first month. They'll host your Factorio, your Minecraft, your other games servers for you. Come back on Wednesday, day after tomorrow. I shall be continuing with Dyson Sphere program, and I'm getting fairly close to finishing. I've got all the science packs. I've technically completed the game, but I've said my arbitrary win condition is to complete a Dyson Sphere and to do all of the non-infinite sciences. I don't know if there are actually infinite sciences, but I want to do all of the sciences, and if there are infinite ones, they don't count. So yeah, come back on Wednesday. I shall be carrying on then. Tomorrow, if there will be a Factorio tutorial video coming out. It came out last week for channel supporters, but it's coming out tomorrow for anyone else, for the general public. If you want to be a channel supporter, become a Twitch subscriber or a YouTube member, or drop in a donation on Ko-fi, which is spelled Ko-fi, and all links to all of that are in the in the video descriptions on all over the channel, because money. So yeah, please that, and then once you've done that, if you come along and join the Discord server, the bot should automatically go, oh hey, we like you, you're a supporter, and give you access to the supporter chat. If you are also if you're a supporter, you can have a play in this world. Come along, have a go at playing in the same world with the same mods and the same absolutely everything, and just try and see if you can do things better than we do. Just play around in the same world and see how things go differently. It's been a little bit quiet in there recently. I think so far they've got electricity and they've got belts and they've got a beginning of a bus and stuff like that, but it hasn't really progressed beyond about here from here. So it's got about this far. Measuring a Factorio progress in meters or something similar. At the weekend, Thursday, there should be a GTA video. Yes, I do still have some queued up. Again, if you're a supporter, you'll get early access to those as well. At the weekend, there'll be the normal update videos. Those will be starting again now that I'm able to stream again. So there'll be Friday and Saturday going over what's been going on in this stream, giving a bit of a summary and some insight into what on earth goes on in my warped imagination when I'm building these things. And on Saturday, Sunday, I shall be talking about Dyson Sphere program progress. So, as ever, thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the show. Do all the appropriate like, subscribe, follow, share, whatever, all those sort of things, please, because it makes a fantastic difference to the channel if you're subscribed. And I shall see you next time. Thank you very much for watching, and yeah, see you then.
Well.
Right.